All right. Here we go. So we'll get started with this afternoon's session, bringing us back to order. Starting off with government property tax exemptions. This one's been around a while, so this should be fun. All right, Mr. Anderson, thank you for taking us some time to run us through it.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO. So yeah, as you noted, this topic's come up several times. The committee heard about this last year as well. So just included in your materials is kind of an updated short white paper on kind of what the issue has been, and then also included is the bill that we looked at last year. We didn't end up moving that forward, but just at least as a starting place, I don't necessarily intend to walk through that, but just there as we start this discussion, Mr. Chairman. So just quickly going through the white paper. So Article 15, Section 12 of the Constitution says that the property of the United States, the state, county, cities, towns, school districts, and municipal corporations, when used primarily for a governmental purpose, shall be exempt from taxation. Then the issue then is how to determine what property is used primarily for a governmental purpose. So in the current statutes, there are several different ways that governmental purpose is described based on the type of the government entity that owns that property. So you kind of can see in those bullet points there, the first one is property owned by the United States. The statute has a whole list of things that are not governmental purpose. And that includes improvements for private or commercial use, improvements used as residences for government employees, and improvements for which there is a service or admission charge. Next bullet point is the state. And the statute primarily provides a list of things that are not owned and used for a governmental purpose. That is very similar to the list of exclusions for property owned by the United States under that first bullet point. Then in 2025, that statute was amended to add two items that are specifically for a governmental purpose. So you'll see first, it was amended to specify that governmental purpose includes the lease of school lands and state land leased for agricultural purposes. And then there was also a new paragraph added to specify that lands owned by the state are exempt regardless of the use of those lands. And that paragraph is repealed effective January 1 of 2027. Next bullet point is counties. And in that statute, it doesn't include any specific exclusions or inclusions for what constitutes a governmental purpose. It just says if it's used for a governmental purpose. For school districts, again, very similarly, it specifically excludes teacherages for a governmental purpose, but then does not have any additional exclusions or inclusions. And then finally, cities and towns has a list of items that are for a governmental purpose. So it says property used for streets and alleys, property to furnish sewer and water services, city halls, police stations, parks, airports, auditoriums, cemeteries, golf courses, playgrounds, and recreational facilities. And so this topic has kind of come up. Previous testimony has indicated that it would make the administration of these exemptions easier if there was a uniform definition of governmental purpose that applied to all types of government property, regardless of the type of entity that owns it. And so that's what this bill that was in your packet had attempted to do. That was considered last year. It was based on a bill from the 2020 legislative session. And that bill takes the approach of both specifying a list that is a governmental purpose, as well as things that are excluded from a governmental purpose, kind of combining all of the existing statutes, as well as it kind of added some additional clarity, not anywhere in the current statutes. I just would note that the draft bill does make a number of significant policy decisions that could be, of course, reviewed or revised by this committee. You'll see in the bill draft, there were a couple staff comments. The bill draft did make a different policy choice than the legislature did when they exempted agricultural leases on state land. In the bill that was and the 2020 version of the bill, and again last year, that would have said that an agricultural lease was not a governmental purpose. So that would be something that the committee may need to address if they want to move forward with that type of a bill. So that's essentially what I had on this topic, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
Co-chair, please.
So this excludes truck stops?
So,
Mr. Anderson.
so Mr. Chairman, the bill itself would make a determination that land used for or property used for a truck stop would not be for a governmental purpose.
On a serious note, I see you have golf courses listed. What if it's a privately owned golf course? And we're all concerned about uniform taxation.
Mr. Anderson.
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, so this would, that's under current law that specifically for cities, that land used for golf courses is that's owned by the city would be exempt from taxation.
Co-chair, please.
What about the private public golf courses? Where it's kind of half private and half public and subsidized?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I think the bill would, I think that would partially be up to the assessors depending on the specifics of how it's owned and operated. But certainly if it's owned by the city or town, it's clear that it's exempt from taxation.
Oh, well, no. All right. Representative Lean, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go kind of along that line to bullet point 1 and 2, where it says if emissions are charged, then they look at them to be taxed. So then my question would be for the golf courses, ski lodge and rec centers, how are we taxing those?
Mr. Anderson.
So Mr. Chairman, so that's part of the reason why I think there's some differences between how governmental purpose is defined in current law for different, depending on the type of governmental entity. But so for cities and towns, golf courses and rec facilities are specifically, and auditoriums are specifically included as things that are for a governmental purpose. And so I think that's part of the issue that you might hear from the assessors, is that there are some differences under the current law based on the type of government entity that owns the property.
Follow up.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative.
I just kind of want to switch gears a little bit and go to the agricultural versus the outfitters, that we have state leases that may overlap, where we have some of these ranches that also are outfitting companies and they are outfitting on state lands. Do we have anything in this bill draft that addresses that particular scenario?
Mr. Chairman, one second, let me see if I can find that, where that might be. One second, Mr. Chairman, sorry. And I don't think the bill gets into leasing as far as outfitters, if I could remember correctly, Mr. Chairman. I'll see if that's in here as so I think under subparagraph C, property leased for leased or possessed by non-governmental entity to provide housing, land for agriculture or other use, land under privately owned structures, et cetera. So that might be covered in there, but certainly something we could clarify if the committee wanted to to move this bill forward and make those additional policy determinations.
Questions? Senator Ide?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson. On that bullet point number 2, where you've got those, you point out the 2 items that are specifically exempted related to property owned by the state. The first one on the agriculture leased lands. The repeal is January 2027 on that in particular. What happens when January 27th comes next year and nothing happens? No legislation is drafted or proposed or voted on. What do we do with agricultural lands in particular? Thank you.
So,
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, so there's 2 paragraphs. So the first one specific to agricultural, that one is not being repealed. That one didn't have a repealer in it. The second broader one was just all state lands, and that was put in essentially just as a stopgap. So there would be time to kind of consider this issue, given the Supreme Court decision. And so that was, if that is not addressed at this session, then the exemption in there would be specifically then just to those agricultural leases.
Other questions for Mr. Anderson? Oh, Representative Stivar, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, the question I have is, let's take parking garages. University of Wyoming buying a building and then leasing portions of that building out for private entities, or one of the counties doing the same thing. How is that going to be taxed? Because they are, well, does that address this in here?
Mr. Anderson.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Let's see if I can find this again. There's a lot of specifics in what is or is not covered. I don't know if we talk about parking garages specifically in any of these. Let me see. And we do have parking lots. So excuse me, Mr. Chairman. So in the definition of public infrastructure, then property used for parking lots would be exempt in this draft of the bill.
Follow up? So even if they're leasing it out, making people pay, it's still going to be exempt, but they can make money on it. With the building, parking lot. Is that my understanding?
Mr. Chairman, I think so. Now there is, if it's carried on through a private enterprise, that may be covered in subparagraph A on page 2, where if it's conduct activities primarily carried on through private enterprise, that could be a conflict there. But in general, property used by used for a parking lot would be exempt as public infrastructure use under this bill that we considered last year, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? For? You got one down there. Sorry, I missed somebody. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Josh, for doing this. Just falling back into that Title 35 versus Title 39. We're trying to differentiate. So wind farms are classified under industrial, Title 35. They have to go through the Industrial Siting Council, all that. But under taxation, under Title 39, we're looking at agriculture. How does that weigh out? Are all our wind farms on state lands exempt under this, or how does that go?
Mr. Anderson.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I think this bill would deal just specifically with the taxation of property owned by a government and used for primarily it's getting to the definition of what constitutes owned primarily for a governmental purpose. So again, it would just be whether it's exempt from taxation. I don't know that would affect the industrial siding necessarily, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I thought somebody else, Representative Riggins, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson. So if state land is managed to generate revenue, as it is in the Constitution explains, and it doesn't really specify a particular enterprise that it's referring to. I mean, right now, there's no property tax assigned at any level, correct?
Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there can be property tax assessed on government property, again, depending on whether it's used primarily for a governmental purpose or not. So if it's not, then we do tax that property.
So just using the example of a wind farm, but that property tax would be calculated if it happened to be on a certain amount of acreage of being used. We just had a conversation trying to define that between private property, and now we're talking about a state property condition. So it's not settled in those two instances. So let's do something that we're familiar with here in Natrona County, let's say a mining operation. So based on, just say it's 1,000 acres. So our property tax levied currently for a property, any place in the state where mining operations are taking place?
So, Mr. Chairman, currently as noted, and so this for state land, if it's state land, that's currently all exempt, at least the land is there's of course the distinction between the land and the personal property, but that land would all be exempt under the current law, but that is the part that gets repealed this January 1 of 27.
Senator Case, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, I can see that people are seeing a lot of problems with this bill. But Mr. Chairman, right now, we have a lot of problems out there. There is no guidance. There is no guidance. And what happened was, it was a Uintah County assessor that said that a truck stop on state land was not a governmental purpose. It's not inherently a governmental purpose. And so that assessor asserted that they should pay property taxes. That was litigated, and the Supreme Court agreed with that. Wait, I don't remember. Dixie, help me for a second. The Supreme Court upheld the assessor? Yeah, I thought they did. So then we had a big scare about agricultural land. And so we passed that quick fix bill to make sure that agricultural leases don't get caught up in property taxes. But this issue of what government does in competition with private sectors is a big deal. And what this bill does is goes in a couple different areas. And for one thing, it just says, okay, we're not going to argue about these things anymore. This is a government purpose. But in the other areas, it goes the other way. And so, the people that come to oppose this bill are the airports. For example, like Natrona County Airport, they make money off of leasing hangars and other things out at the airport. That is not necessarily a function of government, but so airports come around and want to be exempted, and it goes on and on and on. But there is no clarity here. There's no guidance for people. But our Constitution says that you should be relieved of the taxes if it's for a governmental purpose, without any definition. And look, so this tries to say, what is a governmental purpose? It's a step in the right direction that I hope we'll keep alive and talk about more. And when we hear from the assessors, this is a big problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Any other questions? Just for clarification for me, Mr. Anderson, so we actually, we put that clause in there that basically exempted all for whatever, couple of years or whatever it was. That was just to exempt everything, just to kind of give us wiggle room to work the issues, is the long and the short of that, right? With the ag piece being in there more permanent. But that was really what the whole repeal component is we did that just to give ourselves some time to actually do some definition here. And I'm just making sure that was my recollection of the whole process, but just clarification.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, that matches my understanding. And again, that was just for state land. So again, it would be a different determination potentially for other types of government property under the current statute where they're all defined somewhat differently.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was brought up that it's a big problem. You know, we saw the truck stop thing that sort of lit the fuse. From the county assessors, how big a problem is it? I mean, it sounds like, you know, it reared its head with Uinta County, but there hadn't been really any brush fires to stomp out up until then. Can you comment on how much of this is a real problem in the state? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Anderson.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll let the assessor speak to that somewhat, but I will just say that, so the first version of this bill from 2020, that was before that Uinta County issue. So this issue had been brought forward to the Revenue Committee even before that Uinta County case.
Follow up?
3 or 4 years ago.
Senator? And just clarification on the Uinta County, it was the difference between the building and the parking lot, wasn't it? There was some nuance. Am I recalling that incorrectly, or that was my understanding? It was related to the structure versus the space for the parking lot. And I recall that was roughly where the line was drawn, but I might be wrong.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that everyone agreed that the actual facility should be taxed as non-governmental purpose. I think the question was whether the underlying land and so forth would be taxed as exempt or not. So I think that was part of that issue.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry. Yes. Oh, sorry. Representative, please speak.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Anderson, thank you for this information. Isn't it though, isn't there a question in there of whether the property is being used to perform a function that is not normally a governmental function that is usually performed by business?
That's correct.
Mr. Anderson.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's certainly a question that I think comes up currently, and you know, I think the bill would go certain ways. So, for example, as we discussed earlier, there's public golf courses and private golf courses, and this would certainly create a difference between those types of issues that sometimes are private and sometimes are public. So again, I think there's a lot of policy choices that are embedded in this bill, and the committee could certainly go a different way than the draft that was considered last year and in 2020. But those issues are certainly present in this bill.
Follow up.
Senator Lucas, or Representative Lucas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Anderson, wasn't the 2020 case was the daycare center issue? And maybe the department can speak to this a little more clearly about whether private businesses provide daycare services, government agencies don't, or whatever, because I seem to remember that was an issue back in the 2020 issue. So maybe the department can speak to that. Thank you.
Branson.
Certainly, I do recall that issue a tiny bit, but I will defer to them as I don't recall the specifics on that. And I would note that in subparagraph C on page 3 of the bill, it does kind of say that if it's leased or possessed by a non-governmental entity and used for commercial operations, that would be not a governmental purpose.
All right. Other questions? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson. So the core of the argument is that, government ownership of property shouldn't confer a tax advantage to a private enterprise. I mean, and then if that's the case, are there examples where this scenario exists? And with the exception of this truck stop business, are there other examples where it is actually the property tax is being applied in that case, or is not being applied for these private enterprises.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid I don't know if I can know any specific examples, and maybe some of the department or the assessors in the audience could address that, Mr. Chairman.
So by statute though, would that be, is that included in statute that it shall be applied currently now?
Mr. Anderson.
So again, as I think it's different depending on the type of property right now. So there's different definitions for if it's owned by the United States, if it's owned by the state, or cities or counties. So for example, for counties, there's no direction in statute at all. It just says if it's used primarily for a governmental purpose, and that's all it says. You know, in the United States, if it's owned by the United States, it says improvements for private commercial use are not a governmental purpose. And similarly to the state lands, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there's some people in this room that are probably are thinking about this stuff. Most notably, you mentioned the airport, and that's one of the components in this. So, for example, take the airport, because we've had some conversations about that. I mean, I think we'll probably, if as this goes forward, we'll probably have to have some potentially identified exempt categories. For example, I'll just use the airport as one potential, right? So, see, the land is reserved. I mean, I might not have this quite right, but it's reserved for airport use, but incidental, because they're not using all of it, they have the ability to lease it out for storage or whatever they want to do. But I don't think they're really at liberty to do whatever they want with the property, they dispose of it or anything else. So, those fees and stuff go towards airport operations ultimately. So we have somebody that'll probably speak on that here later as we get into this a little bit deeper. But is that situation probably in other places in the across the state where they have airport property? And I don't know if it's because it's a regional airport, international airport, small airport, if it would make a difference, but it's specifically highlighted in this legislation. So I think that we need to be clear about what that means for these operations.
Mr. Anderson, did you have an answer or a question or response to that?
I would just note that I think part of the reason that it's in there is that it is currently highlighted under the cities and towns as one of the things that is a governmental purpose is an airport. So, but again, I think that's part of the impetus behind this topic is somehow coming up with a definition that could work for all types of property, but there are, of course, lots of specific circumstances that could make that difficult, Mr. Chairman.
And one of the things I think is clear here is that the range of impacts and the range of this bill covers so much ground that we're all struggling with what does it mean? That's one of the things I think we would have to do is even depending on what we do with this bill, but I do think that for us to make a final decision on this bill, because at this point, this isn't a formal bill draft from this committee. I believe that's accurate, correct?
Mr. Chairman, this is just the bill that the committee looked at last year. We hadn't had a request to redraft it for this committee this year at this time.
Right. I think, and I would open this up for questions to the committee as much as to Mr. Anderson as well, but I think one of our problems with this bill, and this has been the problem from the get-go, is we have these bills and we have these paragraphs, but we don't have a list of impacts of what each paragraph does. And I realize that can't be an exhaustive list, but in the absence of a reasonable list, I think we're all struggling with the decision and the potential unintended consequences. We literally do not have enough data to understand that piece. And it sounded to me like, Senator Case, you'd actually thought about this maybe longer than many, but that's one of the things I think for us to push a bill forward, we would almost have to have some type of additional details for these different categories, the way we're defining them in here, at least so we can make some sense of this, because that's me thinking out loud, but I just throw that out. And Mr. Anderson, it's not necessarily a question. It's maybe more of an ask of the LSO and the entities involved here that say, hey, maybe we should break this down and certainly bring more data So as I said, if we decide to move this forward or depending on what the committee decides to do today, but I think we need to have enough data for each one of these paragraphs to include some options so we understand, oh, that impacts these types of businesses and these types of businesses in each area, because I think that the potential for unintended consequences of a decision and potentially a poor decision here are significant. And that's why I just want to make sure we've worked our way through this, depending on where we go. So I just throw that out more of a bigger thought, and certainly open for conversation from the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case, please.
I'll push back a little bit. I think this actually simplifies a lot of things because this actually says, hey, these are government purposes and we're not going to argue about it. That's a big part about what this bill does. Now, those aren't perfect. You have private animal shelters and public animal shelter, blah, 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 blah. But for the most part, it actually gives guidance to assessors. I think it's not opening cans of worm as much as it's saying, we're not going to argue about this list here, but we're going to take a closer look at these other things. And I think that kind of guidance is good. And I hope we'll listen to the assessors and see what they say.
Okay. So anyway, maybe we move on with the other folks who are going to speak on this topic. Any other questions for Mr. Anderson? If not, we will move on. Others who would like to speak on this topic, assessors or whoever is prepared to discuss this one. So who wants to go first? So
Mr. Chairman, Ken Gill, Department of Revenue, Property Tax Division. To your point, wanting more data. The Department of Revenue did an audit of all 23 counties back in 2019 or 2018. I don't remember the exact date. And we gathered this type of information. This has been a subject for quite some time. As former Chairman Case remembers, we talked about this quite a bit. To Representative Lucas's question, yes, the daycare center in Pine Bluffs was owned by the town of Pine Bluffs, and anyone could go there. And the Supreme Court said, yeah, that's taxable because you're competing with private business. I'm paraphrasing very much so there. So to those 2 points, just an answer there. I think we need to look back in history just a little bit, though. If you recall, and we talked about this, in the mid-50s, 1954, the Revenue or Weights and Means Committee at the time, they were worried we're going to go broke as a state. We're going broke as a state. This is going to happen. And we got to get rid of exemptions. So we're going to get rid of this exemption. We're going to get rid of this exemption. And we're also going to add language and ask the voters to add language to the Constitution when used for a governmental purpose. So that went to the voters in 1955 and ultimately passed. So obviously back then, I think all government property, no matter the use, was exempt from taxation until 1955 when the voters approved that change in the Constitution. This bill draft, it does clean up the language. As you heard Mr. Anderson speak to, state property, if used for a governmental purpose, this is not a governmental purpose. County, carte blanche, if used for governmental purpose, and it stops there. It just stops. It goes down to cities and it says governmental purpose, and these are a governmental purpose. So I think this bill kind of helps change that language and clean it up a little bit in 3911-105. To the question of some of the examples that we have out there that I can remember off the top of my head, if you look at the bill draft, it talks about bowling alleys as not being a governmental purpose. We actually have a governmentally owned bowling alley in the state of Wyoming. Huh? No, it's in Pinedale, I believe. But the government owns that bowling alley. So, and there may be one there too. I'm not positive, Senator Case, but that's one example. And so I think this bill is a great place to start to provide clarity that is needed because there is a lot of confusion out there. Being a former assessor, I was the assessor under that Pine Bluffs case at the time. And it is gray sometimes when you look at it. The county where I come from owns a 365-day a year campground at their complex. And it's right across the street from a commercially owned campground. And when I was county assessor, I said, commissioners, you know this is a taxable event. And accordingly, we ended up taxing that portion of their RV park, if you will. So I think this is a great start in the right direction. Obviously, I can pull the data from that audit. It is a little dated. It is 2019, so it is quite a few years old, but I'm happy to pull that data and kind of compile that for the committee. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Questions? Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gill, let's take the University of Wyoming. You know, they were a land grant, they were offered this much, but over time, they've expanded. They've taken blocks and made parking lots, bought buildings. You know, that's hurting that county. That's not even my county, but sure, I've talked to a lot of people over there. That hurts that county. Do we go back and say, okay, University of Wyoming, your land grant was this. This is all you don't pay taxes on. I mean, they've been donated ranches and a lot of property over there that they're not paying taxes on. You know, how does that fit into this?
Mr. Chairman, fortunately, we do have someone that is very familiar with the University of Wyoming that happens to be in the audience today. But you know, there is a district court case describing exactly that, some housing units that were public, private, I think, and district court said no, that is not taxable. So it never went to the Supreme Court, but there was a court case on that. So, and I would defer to the local county assessor that knows a heck of a lot more about UW than I do.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Guile, can you give us a little more background on the Pinedale Bowling Alley? I mean, is that locally owned by the city and owned and operated by them, like maybe Hogadon ski area here in Casper? What are the details on the government owning a bowling alley? Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ide, that is my belief. I'd have to go back and look at that study that we did way back then, because it was actually a surprise, I think, for the department at that point in time that a government entity, and I don't know if it was the city or the county that owned it, but I believe they operated almost like a private business, from what I remember. And I'm sure someone could correct me on that for sure.
Coach Coon.
I'm confused. Oh, how is a bowling alley a governmental purpose? How is a golf course a governmental purpose? A swimming pool. I mean, I could keep going on and on.
Mr. Chairman?
What benefit do we get if I play golf?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I think that's the question that we need answered. Is it the legislative policy to make those exempt or not? And I think that is the question. And I think this bill starts to bring clarity. Under this bill, a bowling alley would not be exempt from taxation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just to add on to that, would you agree with the other things mentioned? Swimming pool, ski area, would they be exempt? Would they not be exempt based on this bill? Your interpretation, and don't let me drag you too far out of where your comfort zone.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure about the ski resorts and golf courses. I believe would be covered under recreation in this, so they would be exempt, because in this bill, keep in mind, we're going into 3911-101 where we're defining, and then we're jumping into 3911-105 where you have state-owned property, county-owned property, city-owned property. So I think we'd have to look at each of those definitions, and I think we could make a decision whether the ski area here locally would be exempt from taxation, or the bowling alley is actually out of this, in this bill. But yeah, absolutely. I think that's a legislative policy that the body needs to decide.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Case.
one of the things that's defined as a governmental purpose is community event centers, including civic centers and recreation centers. That, I mean, and this is definitely an area because a lot of communities have rec centers. And a rec center can do some things that you think are kind of governmental. Most towns have a community pool. Most towns teach swimming lessons. Then when the rec center maybe has something additional added to it, it gets kind of, I suppose, you might wonder about some of those things. But this would say that recreation centers are governmental purposes. We're not going to worry about trying to tax them. And I know some of you, you're going, well, we don't want that, but they're not being taxed now. And it's very unclear for these assessors. So this tries to kind of strike a medium, I think, in terms of, it's an expansion view of government from what we would have thought 30 years ago, for sure. And you can argue with that and try to dial it back. But it does strike a balance that I think might be appropriate for this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Co-Chair McEwen, please.
So if I want to go skiing or own a ski area, that's tax exempt. But if I want a bowling alley, that's not. I mean, we're picking events, winners and losers almost. Do you have any idea how we could clean that language up?
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I think we have some ideas. I don't have them right here, right now, but I think we do have some ideas, and working with our local county assessors that actually have to deal with these exemptions, I think we can come up with a good rounded list of that maybe the body would like or the body wouldn't like it, but we sure work on it with the assessors.
Great. There's no other question. Do you have a question? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gill, we're seeing more and more intrusion into private businesses by government. And what I'm talking about here is the shooting complex that we're in the process of building. We already have a couple of shooting complexes in the state of Wyoming. Now, our state is in competition with those people who already exist. Is that shooting complex, is it exempt from taxation?
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, I think it would be under current law right now, but as we know, that law sunsets at the end of the year. So I think that would be questionable.
Gotcha. All right, if there's no other question, okay. Representative Riggins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gill. So what, in the circumstances when, we'll just pretend the bowling alley, Vince brought it up, that property becomes vacant, still property tax should be applied. It's just because it's vacant, waiting for another tenant, wouldn't the property tax still be applied? So in that case, who's getting the bill? The city's going to have to pay that forward.
Mr. Gill.
Right?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, it absolutely, let's say a property does go vacant that the government owns. If the government's not using it for a governmental purpose, it absolutely is taxable.
All right. So, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative Ling.
Chairman. The answer to that question draws me back to such industrial parks that the Wyoming Business Council has that are sitting vacant. Are we taxing those currently?
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Chairman, if it's an economic development, the improvements that are used by the economic development group, and I'm not sure if they are a part of that statute or not, but I know our local economic driver in Laramie County, they own property. That property is taxable, but the improvements that they're using are not. To give you an example, the economic development group in where I come from had built a staging building, if you will, a building where a company building on another lot that economic development had sold to industrial operator coming in. They would use that building to store equipment, store parts and supplies to build the building. That made it taxable because it wasn't being used by the economic development group. So 1 year it was taxable. And then when that facility was all built and it was empty again, then that improvement was not taxable under current law.
All right, so and let's open up our questions. At this point, whoever would like to speak, but our questions will be kind of for whoever's the most appropriate person to speak to
Thank you,
them. So,
Mr. Chairman.
and
Dixie Huxtable, and I will address some of the bill, but I'm going to defer right this moment to my colleague from Albany County, and she can maybe address the specific question that was asked about UW, and then I have some comments about the rest of the bill. So I'll let her address
thank you.
Representative Stibar's questions.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thanks for having me. Chelsea Matthews, Albany County Assessor. Chairman Locke, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Representative
Stibar.
Chairman, Ms. Matthews, the question was, okay, UW is a land grant university, and they've taken blocks of the city up. You know, they bought that building with COVID money for $5 million. It's still being leased out, my understanding. Are they getting taxed on that? You know, or is it, we're UW, we don't get taxed. No, they took that whole big block up and built a parking garage that they charge people to park in. They use tax dollars to build it and they're charging people. That's in a money-making business. That doesn't need to be, that needs to be taxed. UW's got to start paying back to Albany County and the city of Laramie. And I'm not even from there, but I see it. And that's what I'm wanting to know is how much is taxed under UW with all their property they've got, their ranches that's been donated to them through whatever. They've got a lot of property. They probably take over half of Laramie County up is what UW owns. How much is that being taxed?
Please.
Representative, Chairman, sorry.
No worries.
So just off the top of my head, I'm sorry I didn't bring this information with me, but there are certain properties that are being taxed by that are owned by the University of Wyoming. The specific one that you were talking about where it's still being leased, they purchased it a couple of years ago. It is still being leased by private business owners. That is taxed. They have a medical facility in Albany County where it's private doctors in there. That is taxed. There is another example, but I can't remember. Out of all of the property that the university owns, I think there's maybe 6 parcels that are being taxed currently. As what was mentioned earlier by Ken, Albany County did take the University of Wyoming to court on some student housing to see if we could tax that, and we did lose. That was my predecessor that took it up through district court, and we lost, saying that it should be tax exempt, and he chose not to take it further to Supreme Court. But state statute, I think it's 139-103, identifies the University of Wyoming as a government entity. And so, and it's classified, it says, and I'm just going off the top of my brain here, but it says a government entity is state, University of Wyoming, and local counties. So to me, when I'm looking at all the vacant land that's owned by the University of Wyoming, I'm treating it similar to as I do for state lands, because that's in that same classification as a government entity.
Okay. Other questions for? Other questions? Co-chair, please.
So y'all still have a bowling alley?
Representative or chairman, sorry, I keep saying that. We do.
Is that tax exempt?
It is privately owned, so it is taxed.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Other, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to go right back on it because I've got a constituent that has asked me on this repeatedly with the wind farms. When, if this wind farm's on state land, and I understand that we tax where the turbines and everything are, but my constituent's concern is, let's say they take 16,000 acres, and out of that, they're paying for 1,000 acres that those turbines are on. The public, that land is locked up. It's not allowed for public use. It's not allowed for anything else. All of that land is locked up and cannot be used for anything else once it's under a lease. So since all of that land is locked up under that lease, how is it that we only tax bits and pieces of it?
Chairman, Representative Campbell, I'm not sure if that was addressed to me, but I'll take a stab at answering it. Currently, state land is exempt. That law that was put into place 2 years ago that repeals January 1st. So it doesn't matter what it's used for. If it's owned by the state of Wyoming, it's exempt because that's what's on the books right now. On January 1st of 2027, if nothing changes, it will be taxable if it's not being leased for agricultural purposes. Now, bear in mind, there is state land that's got multiple leases on it. So we have land that has both an ag lease and a special use or multiple use permit. So as long as it's got the ag lease on it, it would be exempt under current law if nothing happens on January 1st. All the other land that's got a lease on it for any other purpose, I'm going to have to determine how to value it. And honestly, I don't know. I don't have that answer right now because that's a lot of land in my county and in a lot of other counties. My first response is it would be taxed based on what it's being used for and what the lease is for. That's my first answer right now without digging into it deeper. But as the law reads right now for 25 and 26, it's exempt because that's what the emergency stopgap did, is it made all state property exempt regardless of the purpose or the use. So hopefully that answered that question. Mr. Chairman, if I may, the white paper that Josh provided, I wanted to touch base a little bit on a couple things. The very first one has to do with property owned by the United States. So our statutes are very specific on what is taxable in regards to that. And I'm going to give you firsthand example of an assessor who sent a tax bill to the federal government for a campground in my county that's being leased and rented. You can go online and rent it and pay a fee to be in that campground and use that building for a certain amount of time. And it's a fee that any public person can go do. So I tax them because our statutes currently say if there is a service or an admin fee, it shall be taxed. I got a very nasty letter from Washington, D.C. Thou shalt not. You have no authority. You can't tax me unless I tell you you can tax me. And I'm not the only assessor that received that letter. We have all tried to do what the statutes currently say. And we get the nasty grams that our county attorneys will not support us going any further. So that part of it is in the statute. It tells us very specifically, and yet we still can't administer it because the federal law won't let us. The second part is on the state property, and this body did do that stopgap that said, if it's state-owned property, it's exempt, no matter what the use until January 1st of 2027. If it is leased for agricultural purposes, it's exempt, period. That does not have the repeal period as Josh explained. Improvements that's on that state land that's not owned by the state are taxed. They are currently taxed. A cabin, a structure, you have a state lease and you put a building on it, we are taxing those to the individual owner if we know about them, if we can track down who they are. I'm just going to tell you it's not as easy as it sounds because those tend to change hands over time. But to the best of our ability, we are taxing those. When it comes to county government, Currently, it's, as Ken said, that's a broad open swipe. It doesn't tell you whether it's taxable or not, whether it's a governmental use or not. It's pretty broad. And you are up as an assessor. It's your decision to make it taxable. And then you're appealing to the person that you sent the tax bill is the person who's serving as the appeal committee. So your county commissioners also serve as your county board of equalization. So when they deem it's not taxable, now you have a problem. There is a case from Bighorn County. It's the most recent one besides what Ken was talking about that involved a airport hangar on government property. And the assessor taxed it. And the State Board of Equalization found in her favor, and it was taxable based on the circumstances of that particular scenario, and every scenario is different. And I've got about 5 or 6 assessors in this room right now that could give you a whole hand. We could spend all day today and tomorrow with a scenario in every county that you cannot write the bill for a specific scenario because there's so many of them. There are unique ways going on out there where government entities are figuring out how to generate revenue using the assets that they have. And you can't even imagine what some of those are. And you certainly could not draft a bill that's going to cover every one of those individually. So in regards to this bill, the assessors feel it's a great starting point. Is it perfect? No. Do we need to do some work on it? Yes. Are we open to giving you those scenarios so you can decide what the impacts might be? Absolutely. As Administrator Gill explained, we are happy to sit down and throw out as many of the scenarios as we can to you so you can see what the impacts might be. But it's a first step. It puts all government entities on the same page. We no longer have the scenario where you ask about the bowling alley. It's because for the cities and towns currently, it's deemed, if it's a recreational facility, it's deemed exempt. That's what's currently, that's what it says. But it doesn't say that for a county-owned one. Doesn't say that for a state-owned one. So this bill is a great first attempt to get us on the same page. Do we need to tweak it? Absolutely. Are we willing to stand up and help you with that? Absolutely. This is a nightmare for us. And you ask, you've not heard too many complaints. Well, that scenario I just gave you with the federal government is the reason why. Because we've tried to tax what we felt we should be taxing based on state statute, and either our county attorney or a higher level attorney says, you shall not argue with this, just make it exempt. And that puts us in a bind. And without the language in the law, which is what that Supreme Court said in regards to the Uintah County property, it's taxable. And so come January 1st, every assessor in this room is a little bit nervous about what they're going to do with all the state land that's been exempt so far, because now we have to go identify which ones have ag leases, which ones have leases of multi-purpose, and how we're going to address that. Now, the ag lease is pretty simple because it's exempt, but what if it's also got an oil and gas lease on it? Or maybe it is only an oil, gas, or a special purpose. Now we got to go find those, identify them, measure them, categorize them, and figure out how to put them on the tax roll. And most of us have started that job. And we're just kind of waiting to see what you all, I'm not from the South, my name's Dixie, but I'm not from the South, but you all are going to do about this topic, because it is a problem in every single county in the state. There isn't one county that's not affected by the problem with governmental use. And with that, I would stand for question.
Representative Riggins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Huxtable. So you guys already have those assessments, already been doing those assessment calculations regardless of the tax exemption or not?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins,
Sorry.
if it has been labeled as exempt, no. In most cases, we do not have the calculation. We have some tools with the help of the department to identify some of them, specifically the agricultural ones, because that was kind of a panic mode a couple of years ago. But the rest of them, no, we typically do not have those. Now, some people may have more of them than others because they might have less or more land. But typically, no, if it's exempt, our job by statute is to identify, classify, and value all taxable property.
The questions? If there are, is there anyone? Another question or no? Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what I'm speaking with my good colleague here about is Article 15, Section 8, where it says profit making from public funds is prohibited. And I'm curious to know how we get into these rec centers and such, golf courses, babysitting, the whole gamut. If it's not for a public use, such as Natrona County Airport could be deemed a public use, how are we turning funds without breaking the Constitution?
Ms. Hudson or
Um,
whoever.
Chairman Locke, Representative Lean, I'm not one of those that made that decision, but let me give you a first stab based on what I was told in respect to the bowling alley. That local community had no recreation facilities for its community. And there was a comment made, right or wrong, that that was the government's attempt to provide recreational facilities, which is an exempt purpose, to their community by operating that facility. Is that a valid argument? Not my choice to say, but that's the comments that were made, is that if the entity, the government, doesn't have that opportunity for its constituents and it provides it to their constituents, then is it not a governmental purpose? And I have heard that from multiple government personnel.
I hate to keep hammering the bowling alley. Is that on a lease and are they making money through it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, I don't know. I'm not particular. I don't know the particulars of that situation. I believe at the time that my third hand information was that yes, they were charging, yes, they were making money, but it was not a private entity that was making the money. The money, once the expenses were paid, were going back to the governmental entity. But I can't, that's third party hearsay. So you would need to get the particulars of that case to determine it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
In the case where, oh, I'm sorry, somebody's online. Should I go ahead? In the case involving the gas station, Uena County, the same argument was made that the revenues off the gas station served the government. But the Supreme Court looked right through that and said, no, it's a commercial type activity. So you can draw your own analogy to the bowling alley, because just because it has revenues that come back to benefit the government isn't necessarily make it a governmental purpose. If there's an industrial park that's part of airport property where all sorts of private entities have profit-making enterprises, but the rent goes back to the government, doesn't make it a governmental purpose. And so it's a sticky mess, but this starts to give it a little bit of structure, and there's give and take. There's definitely give and take in this. It's not going to satisfy all the people that think that government should be limited. It's not going to satisfy all the people that think it should be more expansive. But it is a really good start that would help our assessors and provide a framework for all of us going forward.
Senator Dockstetter, please.
Thank you,
Sir.
Mr. Chairman. Before we have Assessor Huxtable leave the table, I did hear her indicate that she could work with some of our legislation with some tweaks. So before she leaves, if she could give us what those tweaks are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Huxtable.
Mr. Chairman, since Dockstetter, I don't have specific tweaks in front of me. I just know that from the questions of this group, I can provide you with some of the answers or some of the scenarios of the impacts that would be. And if you needed to tweak this language because of those scenarios, I'm happy to provide those and help solve those problems, or at least answer your questions. I would state that we do need to get something done sooner than later. If you ask 23 counties what they're doing, you're probably going to get 23 answers on some of these questions. What Senator Case was just talking about is absolutely, if that bowling alley was in my county, I'd want to tax it. But the first time my county officials said, no, it's exempt, I have to have a county attorney support to go on because that's what the law says. I'm represented by my county attorney. If that county attorney doesn't feel like it's a strong enough case because the law is ambiguous enough that he can't win it, he's not going to let me take it forward. So it's not always whether the assessor made the right call or the wrong call or a call at all. It's the other pieces in place. And this bill starts giving us direction, putting us all on the same playing field. So it doesn't matter whether it's city, county, or state that owns it, it's going to get treated the same way. Do you want golf courses in it or not? I can tell you how many we have to deal with. I'm not going to tell you whether it should be or in or out. That's your policy decision. But what I can do is gather the information for you as to how many is affected. That I'm ready to step forward and help do.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator Dockstader. Any follow-up? Are you okay? All right. All right. Any other questions for the folks at the table? And are there any other, I guess we can't, anybody else to speak on this topic? Oh, ho. Hang on. Co-Chair McEwen, please.
Am I hearing you right? In this case, local control isn't good?
Ms. Huxtable.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, no, local control is great when there's enough direction in the law. The problem is that there's enough ambiguity and grayness in these governmental purpose language that nobody can decide which way it should go, and it's going to end up in the hands of a court. And the bench doesn't make as good a law decision as you all do. We don't like policy be made by the bench. It's much better when we can do it from the local level up, but it has to be clear enough to give us good direction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. There's no other questions. Others who would like to speak on this topic? Please, sir. Whoever wants to start. It is not on. You just need to hit the button there. There you go.
Yep.
Perfect.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, my name is Glenn Januska. I'm the director of the Casper and Natrona County International Airport. I'm actually here today representing the Wyoming Airports Coalition. We have some difficulties. We understand what the committee's purpose is, and listening to discussion today, certainly we're looking for a clear, understandable, and consistently applied way of determining what governmental purpose is. And I think that's an admirable goal. We don't want to get in the way of that. I think that there's some problems with this bill as it's drafted, and we would advocate not moving forward with this, at least the way it's drafted as of today. I think the way that trying to be able to define what the governmental purpose is and the way it's being done does create some problems. The bill defines used primarily for governmental purpose as property where a majority is used for one of several enumerated categories, and that lists those. Governmental purpose historically has been determined solely, has not been determined solely by putting a particular category or use in a category. The Supreme Court has recognized that governmental purpose is difficult to define and that the determination depends upon the circumstances and the actual use of the property. So I think it goes back to what you're talking about before, where you're talking about putting something to a category as opposed to looking at it from a use standpoint. The bill talks about primarily for governmental purpose when a majority of the property is used for one of the stated governmental purposes. The problem is it does not specify what the majority of property means. Is that acreage? Is that square footage? Is that fair market value? Is that the majority of the building? Is it the majority of the property's economic use? It doesn't have a definition of what that means when it talks about majority of the property is being used. The most troubling part for us is subsection C, which says governmental purpose property does not include property leased or possessed by a non-governmental entity. And it goes on and it specifies what that is that's listed. It's problematic for two reasons. One, it treats the existence of a private lease as essentially final. That's the litmus test. Doesn't look at what the use is for. It looks at whether or not there's a private lease or a lease for a private entity to be able to provide the service. The second part is when we look at those specific areas, housing, agricultural, land, and so forth, it doesn't really determine how those are determined, what's in there and what's considered out of there. This is particularly concerning because the Wyoming Supreme Court already recognizes that governmental entity can accomplish governmental purposes through a private lease. So right there, you have a conflict between the language that talks about whether or not it can, whether you can even go forward in your definition once you're starting to look at this. If it has a lease, it's considered right now, it would be under this bill, it would be problematic, although the Supreme Court in essence says you can have governmental purpose through a private lease. We are not looking at airports specifically in terms of looking at being exempt, but looking at this from an airport standpoint, Wyoming law expressly authorizes municipalities and counties to acquire, construct, maintain, operate airports and airport facilities. Title 10 authorizes airport sponsors to lease portions of airport areas to private persons or corporations. We do this all the time. It's common with airports. You lease out fixed base operator facilities, aircraft maintenance, fueling facilities, cargo facilities, airline facilities, rental cars, concessions, hangars. It's something that is common within airports. The fact that a private business performs an activity does not necessarily mean that the underlying public facility has ceased serving a governmental transportation purpose. And we think that the definition of transportation use is too narrow. A better approach, we believe, is to recognize property used for transportation purposes that's authorized by state or federal law. In essence, what that would mean is if Wyoming has authorized a governmental entity to provide a transportation function, and the property is being used to provide that function, the property should not lose its governmental character merely because the governmental entity uses a private firm, contractor, operator, or a lease to be able to do that. We already know that the Department of Revenue has administrative guidance addressing governmental purpose property. The guidance recognizes that property used by a lessee can remain exempt when the use is reasonably necessary to provide a governmental function or service. So again, we think that the language in there talking about leasing is going to be problematic. We don't ask that the committee abandons this issue. We are just asking the committee to slow the process and to ensure it's the best bill. We would like to see in the interim that the Department of Revenue, county assessors, cities, towns, counties, school districts, special districts, airport boards, and other affected entities are brought together. We've expressed concerns over the years with the bills as written. By the same token, we've never had an opportunity to sit at the table when the bill is being drafted to talk specifically about some of the things that you talked about. What are the impacts going to be from airports? 37 of the 40 public use airports in the state are not self-sufficient. So what does it look like when you start taxing the property on airports and you get into a tax spiral when you're, in essence, those airports are having taxpayer subsidies already for their operations? We would ask that categories of government property, they're actually creating the problems under the current law be in essence identified, and that those are the ones that are really going to be addressed. We'd ask that the committee hold this bill for now and not advance it, and instead use the interim work to work collaboratively with all the stakeholders toward a comprehensive solution. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from Mr. Januska? Senator Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks you for being here, Mr. Januska. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes.
Your testimony was good. I'm struggling with this too. There's a lot of problems here. You know, the definition of government uses is the one that you pointed out there that it's just so, it can be expanded or contracted or whatever the situation is to fit somebody's agenda, so to speak. I don't think, I like your advice on getting all of the, local players involved in trying to sort through what would make a good bill and not expand government. That's where I'm coming from too, is I don't like to expand government at all if we can avoid that. So again, thank you for your testimony. going forward here, I'd move to table this bill right now, if that's appropriate time to do that.
What's the rules on that?
So
What's that? It's not debatable.
we don't,
Same thing if government leaves the office space. Yes. So just qualify, was that a motion, Senator Ide? To table?
Yes.
Okay. My rules, what, I don't even, there's not even a second on that, correct? Excuse me?
I'm not sure on the second, Mr. Chairman. Let me.
Remind me of the rules, just keep me in line. That's different than requiring a second. I didn't know the answer to the second. So I just want to, can somebody clarify for me, just to make sure I don't break the rules right here in front of everyone? Certainly not intentionally.
Mr. Chairman, we've got Chief of Staff Perkins here. I don't know if,
The end is you table the bill. He came from Cheyenne, he's Chief of Staff, Governor, we can't listen because you tabled the bill to squelch the bill.
that wasn't my intent, Senator Case.
Okay, easy here. So Senator Ide, that's your choice. We either vote on it or you
Mr.
withdraw your
Chairman.
motion, but your choice.
I believe it does require a second.
It does?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess I'll ask the committee, is there a second? Seeing none, we'll continue the debate. Is that accurate?
Great, not debatable, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
Not debatable and not amendable, but, oh, sorry, but if it didn't get a second, then no action.
No action required. Okay. So we'll at least, I can continue. Yes? Oh, I'm not stepping too far out of school here. We're okay to proceed. All right. All right. Moving from that one, we're back to any questions from Mr. Januski. If not, we'll move on to Lee, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Drew Perkins, Governor's Office, the Governor of Wyoming. I don't have any specific comments about the bill, just some general comments as you do these deliberations. It's, I think you've, as you've talked about that, you've identified the problem. If you go back just a little bit of history, I think up until 1956, Wyoming Constitution just says governmental property was not taxable regardless of who owned it. In 1956, it was amended and then came the governmental purpose. As you've discussed, the court has basically determined that it's impossible to define a governmental purpose in the current environment, which is probably true, but that doesn't mean but if you don't do something, then you're left with whatever you have now, which I think, as the assessors have pointed out, will be basically anybody who doesn't like it, their choice is to basically go through you may or may not, depending which kind of property is being assessed, end up in the Board of Equalization and then to the district court and ultimately Supreme Court. Or you've also got the ability, the Department of Revenue has, I think still has a few rules in effect that they've decided about determining a governmental purpose. Like most things legislative, you're going to find, I think as you go through this process, you're going to find kind of three baskets of uses, because now you're not just who owns it, but now it's who owns it and the use. So you've got two factors you have to qualify. It's got to be some kind of governmental entity that owns it. And then there's got to be some kind of primarily, the use has to be primarily for the use. As Glenn Januska just told you, it reminded you it's primarily the use, not the entire use. And so you're going to deal with that. And the three baskets you always have are, there's one that's obviously governmental use and it's owned by the government. That's not going to be a problem. So this office building owned by the government, government offices, it's a governmental purpose, pretty clearly always going to be exempt. Then you're going to have the ones that are clearly not going, that are going to be clearly never exempt. A great example of that would be South Dakota government has its own cement company, its own concrete company. The state does. And that's taxed like a regular business. That's clearly proprietary. It's really not going to be exempt because it's clearly doing a governmental business. I don't know why South Dakota does that. I think it because it got worried about having cement shortages, so they did it, and that's what they did. But ultimately, it's now taxed, income tax, property tax, the whole bit, as I understand it. That's clearly always going to be taxed. Your problem is, the Wyoming's problem is, the assessor's problem is, now you've got a large group where it's going to be mixed. And I think that's what you're going to struggle with. And I think it's going to be somewhat, the struggle you're going to have is going to be similar to sales tax exemptions. There's going to be, whatever you do, there's going to be a list of people who come before you and say, I should be exempt because. And there's going to be a list of people that come before you and says that should not be an exempt purpose because, and you're going to have to deal with that. The classic example I think that you've already talked about is recreational services. You have recreational service boards. You've set up, the legislature has set up recreational service boards. The whole purpose is because ultimately Wyoming has decided in the past that recreation is a governmental purpose. So what does that mean when you have a governmental purpose? Well, what we're finding out is apparently in Pinedale, that means bowling alleys. In Casper, it may mean a skiing, a Hogadon ski area and then as I do play a lot of golf, and I play golf all over the state. You can't believe the number of small towns that have municipal golf courses. I mean, Lusk, Glenrock, Casper's got one. Casper's got 3 others that are taxed. I mean, the Three Crowns is technically government owned, but my understanding it is taxed because it's a private public entity, so it is taxed. That golf course is taxed, but the municipal golf course by the college is not taxed. Lusk has one, Wheatland has one, on and on and on. And so, ultimately, local people are going to decide what is what they think is recreation and what is not recreation. That probably has some significant bounds to it, but ultimately somebody's going to have to make those calls one way or another. Obviously, you've got the airport issues where you've got a big chunk of land out there that takes a lot of runway. It takes a lot of money to run those things. And so the purpose is to have public transportation, but they sideline themselves by leasing private hangars. They do a number of things to try and reduce the costs to the taxpayers and the cost and ultimately the cost to the airline passengers who use those things by controlling those costs and keeping them so that they can operate that with too much of a drain on the taxpayer. That's typically what they do with leisure services in like in Casper, for example. They lump there's some shooting, there's skiing, there is golf, there are rec centers. They lump all those things together and they call it leisure services, and they try and see that breaks even. Doesn't always do that, but that's the whole purpose of they do it through their recreation. They try and do it to see if they break even. So it's going to be a very difficult process, but ultimately, if you don't do this job, somebody else is going to have to, and that somebody else is going to be mostly the Board of Equalization, and then the courts are going to decide. It would be helpful, I think, to do that, but I think to actually start the guidelines, I think that the legislature should weigh in on these issues to help determine what a governmental purpose is. Whatever you do, it's not going to be right the first time. Surprise, surprise. And it'll get fixed over time. But I do encourage you to listen to stakeholders because they get them, they've got vested interests in this, and I don't think you want in your initial effort to do anything that harms a particular county or particular town outright off the bat. So I think just being careful of your unintended consequences and how that affects people. People have different ideas and they've done things over a long period of time. And so there's going to be some growing pains with this, how you do this. But ultimately, I think the assessors and the businesses, the people who are doing this, whether they're nonprofits or whether they're for-profit, having some certainty about how this works and what they can rely on in whether or not the property is going to be tax exempt is going to be very, very helpful. It was very, very helpful in the last session when the court came out and said, hey, these leases are not necessarily a primary purpose. The legislature came back and said, wait a second. Public lands, the primary purpose of public lands in this state, at least the school trust lands, is to raise money for schools. And so finding that however you raise money, now apparently leases and gas stations may be a bridge too far for that, but raising money to pay for schools is why, if you go back to the Act of Admission and the amendment that added the state as a constitution, that was the purpose for those school lands and those institutional lands, was to provide income to run those schools, to run those institutions like the hospital, the penitentiary. That's why you have the University of Wyoming, that's why you have those specific land funds. Those go back to our constitutional and statehood underpinnings. But beyond those, it gets to be very difficult at some point. Obviously, I think it's like when the United States Supreme Court was trying to define pornography. They said, we can't define it, but we know it when we see it. And I think that's probably where you'll have to probably come out as you go about this. But again, I think you just want to be cautious about how you do it, because a lot of people have done a lot of things and relied on these tax exemptions for a long time in their cities for their recreation, for their business parks, for their airports. And so as you go through that, just be careful that you do as little harm as possible as you go through that effort. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And questions, Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Perkins. I think there's one category that I think isn't quite so confusing. A property that currently is an industrial property, then comes under municipal ownership, still as an industrial property. And then even if that tenant vacates the property, it's still an industrial property until a new tenant comes in. Because that situation, I think, is something that might be happening in town, and there's already a tax on that particular property, industrial tax. And so that's why I'd like to see this thing continue on and get settled, because this could be happening in just a year or so. So that's why I don't want to abandon this effort to identify, especially if it's things that I think we can genuinely be firm on, at least at first.
Perkins, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I don't disagree. I think my only advice is just go slow. Just be aware. I think you're going to have a lot of comment. I think it'll be an uphill battle, because you're going to be kicking a lot of beehives that haven't been kicked in a while. I mean, what the old expression is, the only thing people hate more than the way things are is change. And so I think that's going to apply in spades in this instance.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that testimony. So any other agencies, state, otherwise? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we have Jim McGagna online from the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. Did you want to take him now?
Sure, we'll bring him on, and then please fill the seats for those public comment. Whoever's going to have public comment, please fill the seats, and we'll try to move as quickly as we can, but. Hello, Mr. McGagnon. Please introduce yourself, and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. Pleased to have the opportunity to address the committee this afternoon. I would start out by saying that the issues as concerns agriculture was addressed by the legislature in 2025 with the legislation that exempted agricultural lands. And we would encourage you to maintain that in any legislation you move forward with. Having said that, though, I recognize the issues you're dealing with, and just a couple of points I would make briefly. The first has really been covered by by Mr. Perkins, and that was my point, that if you look at the Wyoming Constitution, Article 18, and also the statute 361104 on state trust lands, it defines the purpose of those lands as being to meet the needs of the beneficiaries, schools and other beneficiaries. And so I think that it's important as you look at any of this and in any of the activities we do, when we talk about state lands, we tend to lump them together. And I think whatever the outcome, consideration of state trust lands because of their unique nature needs to be done separately from just lumping them with other state lands that have a different purpose. Because that one is very well spelled out in the granting of the lands to the state and within our state constitution. The other thing I would point out too that complicates the matter with agricultural lands, when the assessors assess private agricultural lands, they're assessing them based on their agricultural productivity. If the agricultural owner of those lands chooses to make other uses of them, then they will become assessed according to the other uses being made of the land. In the case of state trust lands, the lessee of those lands has no control over the uses that are made. If they're grazing or agricultural lessee, they have that use. The Office of State Lands and Investments, the Board of Land Commissioners, maintains the ability to lease those lands for additional uses. And as long as they're not incompatible with the grazing use can continue, even though it may be diminished by the presence of those other uses. So it's a little different than if I lease a piece of land from a governmental entity and put a private enterprise on it, whether it's a gas station or golf course or whatever else. I control the use of that land once I've leased it. In the case of the leasing of state agricultural lands, particularly for grazing uses, that control doesn't exist. It's only the ability to make that particular use. The state still controls the other uses. The most broad spread example of that is that under the current policies of the Office of State Lands and Investments, those lands, if they're otherwise legally accessible, are open to public use for recreation, hunting, fishing, other activities. The lessee doesn't control any of those activities. So I think the considerations here are very different. If those lands were to be taxed as agricultural lands, the complexity of that for the county assessors, I believe, is almost overwhelming. If there's an oil well or a wind tower on that land, how much of that tax burden goes to one party or the others? And we would suggest and urge that if you were to move in direction of taxation of state trust lands that would include agriculture use of those lands, that tax burden would be placed on the Office of State Lands and Investments. And that would be up to that office with the authority they have to make a determination if and to what extent they should recoup some of that value that they've been forced to put forward to pay the taxes, and from which of the parties involved they recoup that. How much of it should be borne by the agricultural lessee, how much of it should be borne by other users of that state trust land. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I just would urge, if possible, that we leave the situation at this point of state agriculture use of state lands separate from this legislation that may be considered now. And if that needs to be dealt with in the future, that it should be dealt with separately from that, because the factors to be considered are so distinct in that case. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McGagnon. Questions for Mr. McGagnon? Any questions? Sir, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that. All right. Anyone else for public testimony? Is anyone else online? Okay. So we'll just jump in. Please, sir.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, my name is Ross Schriffman, citizen living in Casper. A few years ago, I did a review of all the properties owned by the city of Casper, and most of them were obviously for government purposes. But I had a number of questions, so I met with the city manager at the time and went over a number of them. And my concern is not so much government operating and owning and having a purpose that may or may not be government, but the leasers, the people, the tenants that have these facilities that are owned by the government. So for instance, in Casper, there's a museum, there's a recent sports facility, there's a shooting range, which I understand was a grant to the city by a family. The parking garage is a different situation. It's owned by the city, and they have a contractor that runs the parking garage. My concern also is that the tenants of these facilities, for instance, the museum, has a lease with the city. It's a 40-year lease, and it's $10 a year. Now, properties, if you rent an apartment here in Casper, it's about $900 a month. The shooting range is more like $1,600 a year. The sports facility is $1 a year. $1 a year. They're leasing the land. The property, I understand, the building is owned by the sports facility. So are these government responsibilities? Is this a government purpose? You could say recreation, but it's a private nonprofit that owns a sports facility. If it was deemed that these properties are not tax exempt and taxable, who actually pays? The city pays, but that means the taxpayers pay. As was mentioned, the federal government, if the federal government had paid under our statute for what they were supposed to do, taxpayers would still pay. So I don't know how to solve that issue, but I certainly appreciate the work that this committee has done. And my recommendation is to continue working on this legislation. It's been a number of times that it's come up, and there's got to be a solution. And it's going to be a fair solution to the taxpayers and the citizens. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Shrippman? All right.
All right.
Mr. Shrippman, thank you for your
work.
testimony. Any other public testimony on this one? All right. No one online, I assume. All right. Seeing none. I guess committee, what's your pleasure?
I would move that we have a bill drafted. Let's have some proposed amendments to the bill, a bill draft, and let's consider it at our next meeting. And maybe encourage folks to get together and work together and discuss some of these issues.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The movement of the bill draft is moved and seconded. Senator Case, would you propose at this moment kind of the draft that's kind of before us? Is that?
That's what I would propose, but there are members that may want to throw an amendment on right away, and that's okay. We could look at those.
Okay. So committee discussions. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did email the committee and our good LSO a lengthy amendment to also consider for a bill draft. And I don't know if the good senator would find it a friendly amendment to start from that definition of governmental purpose. But that would be the amendment that I would offer at this time.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I don't really quite grasp the amendment totally. I mean, I'm not sure how it fits in or is different, but I'm certainly not opposed to having all things on the table to talk about, for sure.
So I'm not sure where to go with that. Is this something that has been, we've probably not all seen it, and you said it's lengthy.
Mr. Chairman, it is several pages, and it does go through the use of primary governmental purpose, and it runs you public infrastructure. Yes, it would essentially replace the meat of the bill with a more defined purpose of governmental purpose.
So your proposal is a tricky one from an amendment perspective.
I could read the whole thing if you would like me to, but it would take a few minutes.
Do we want to go, the committee? Do we want to go there? I mean, or do we want to do that? Or how do we want to proceed? We could,
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy if we had both drafted. It's not that's not an issue.
excuse me?
Let's have both drafted. We already got one that,
So
it'll just be the old bill, but I'm supporting a motion to have a different approach. I'm perfectly happy with that.
Amenable to the suggestion.
okay, and the second for the motion,
Second.
Senator Dockstader, are you okay with that?
Yes, friendly.
Drafting, so we would just draft both as bills for the next meeting.
Yes, friendly.
Is that committee, that sounds like that's favorable to the bringer of the initial amendment and the second. Further discussion here. Committee? Representative Storer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would ask Representative Lean, maybe just make sure I'm understanding what I'm reading in your amendment, and just thinking about what's right across the street. Would it be that the school itself would be governmental, deemed governmental purpose, but the football field would not? Is that what this is trying to say?
Representative Lean.
Where it exempts the sporting facilities and recreation? I'm looking at the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I do not read it that way. I was just looking through here.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's a way we can get at the Mustangs, I'm kind of okay with that. I didn't read it that way, but it's a long.
It's paragraph 20, educational use definition, that then says it includes classrooms and administrative buildings, bus barns and libraries, but does not include arts facilities, sports facilities, or non-instructional amenities. And I think we would all be challenged to actually understand that definition clearly for the purposes of tax assessment.
Mr. Chairman, as we've asked for a separate bill draft, I'd be happy to work on language that we would also be able to clear up some of that moving forward.
So I think, if I understand, and at least I'm going to insert this, and I think we've got some wiggle room here. Probably with these drafts, there's going to be some discussion and some tailoring in the process moving toward whatever bills come out in the, whatever these draft bills look like. So there's going to be a little wiggle room there, LSO. Is that, I assume that's acceptable to leave a little wiggle room to tailor the language of these bills. Is that acceptable?
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Representative Storer, does that work for you? Okay. This is a little bit, I'm sorry, this was a little bit, I haven't actually done the two bill draft approach here, so this was a new one for me. Other discussion, committee. Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to address Mr. McGagna's comments, is that in this 0202 near the bottom of it, does that address what Mr. McGagna was talking about, where it says property of the state of Wyoming is owned and used primarily for government purposes, so on and so forth, includes the lease of state school lands, state lands leased for agricultural purposes? Is that what he was referring to exactly?
And Mr. Anderson, if you could answer that, I thought that was, but I might have been mistaken.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's at least part of what he was talking about. So this, as currently drafted, would leave that in place. I think the question in the staff comment was whether that should apply to all types of land or again, just be specific for state land. But in either case, I think this would leave the current exemption for state land ag leases in place.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? All right. I think in this particular case, seeing none, I think we're ready to vote on this. We're voting on the motion to move to do a draft bill, to do two draft bills. Sorry. One similar to what's before you here, and one with what has been proposed by Representative Lean. So we're moving those two draft bills forward for further conversation. Okay, please, Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just with the good public testimony that we had today, caution against, moving too fast, tiptoe into this because it is an issue that's going to affect a lot of different entities out there. So, my good colleague down the way here, jumped on me for a motion that I made, and I wanted to hear more public comment, and I learned a lot more there. So I think we're way too early on this. This needs a lot more work with the stakeholders, bring them in, talk about what's real and what isn't real, fully defining government use. So I'm against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, other committee comments? All right, questions been, did I miss somebody? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just thinking of that pending date coming up here in January that we discussed, when this is going to expire as far as these exemptions, according to the earlier testimony we heard. So we have 4 or 5 months in front of us. We still have another meeting to kind of maybe take another look at this thing. I certainly think there's going to be work to be done regarding our airports and the land surrounding them. So there's still more things to be done coming up, and hopefully our people keep an eye on this, bring that stuff forward to us so we'll be prepared for it here in November when we come back in the meeting again.
All right. So that being said, I believe question has been called. I think on this one, we're probably not going to bother with a voice vote because this one could be. So let's go ahead. All those in favor, raise your hand. I think all those opposed? All right. It looks like the ayes have it. So there will be 2 bill drafts and a significant amount of additional work coming up. Other comments from the committee before we move on to the next topic? If not, actually, I hate to do this, actually, since I'm a little behind the power curve here, but let's just take a quick 10 and everybody get back here as quickly as you possibly can. Thank you. Come back to order, sorry. I'm trying to adjourn a little too quickly here, aren't I? Okay. Senator Case, are we good, guys? We're good. Senator Case, you've got the floor, sir,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
because this is a topic I must confess I'm learning, so.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've been for a while trying to figure out a way to help people to pay their property taxes. And Wyoming has a program, it's on the books, it's called the Property Tax Deferral Program. And the way that program works is that if someone can't pay their taxes, they can go to the county and they can qualify for a reduction in their taxes. And it's, I think it's up to 50% off. And then basically the tax bill just continues. It's kicked down the road. And you can do that for several years. But in the end, the property taxes aren't forgiven. They're just deferred. They're deferred. And if we think about this whole situation, it's a situation where your property has increased in value, most likely, but your income is limited. Your limited income means fixed income, the kind of people that we hear a lot about needing a property tax relief. And so you're sitting on a piece of property that's more valuable. The assessors, those evil assessors back there, they've cranked it up and probably more than 4%, more. And you can't pay it. So there is a program. We thought about this. We put a program in that allows the taxpayer to go to the county and defer their taxes. And it's a good bet for the county because they're going to get their money eventually because the property's worth that much. But the trouble is, Mr. Chairman, this program is not used at all. It has been a very unpopular program because people don't like to go to the government for a handout. And so what you'd have to do is say, well, I can't pay my taxes and I need to qualify for this property tax deferral program, on and on and on. And they don't do it. They don't do it. But we hear lots of stories from our constituents having trouble paying their taxes, needing assistance. What I would like to see us explore is a way to involve private commercial lending institutions, credit unions and banks, to help people to loan people the money to pay their taxes in a manner that is dignified for people. And from the point of view of the county, the taxes are actually paid. They're paid on time. The county doesn't know that someone was in trouble because I went to, say, a credit union and I borrowed money. I borrowed money on something like a home equity line of credit, but it's a tax equity line of credit, so to speak. It might go on for several years. It would be under terms that would be largely market driven, but I think we can get low rates of execution by having the state stand by these tax loans. So it will work like this. I can't pay my taxes. I'm going to go to my credit union. I'm going to talk to them about qualifying for this program. They're going to administer the program and they're going to come up and loan me money to pay my taxes. And the taxes will be paid. That's part of the verification. But to qualify for a low rate, the state of Wyoming Department of Revenue is going to stand in and guarantee the property taxes are paid so that if I default, the loan's repaid. That's and this could go on for several years for elderly people. And the state would have a superior lien to the property so that after, at some point in the future, most likely when elderly people are no longer in the house or the house is sold or however that works out, then before that can change to a new owner, all the taxes would have to be, or the taxes have already been paid. That's not the problem. But the encumbrances with the financial institution would have to be satisfied. And it'd be a superior lien. It'd be first lien. But And if you think about it, it works financially because you're living in a property that has increased in value, probably greatly. And the tax burden comparison to the increase in value is modest, even though, we all talk about that. But compared to the change, the delta change in the value of the property, the delta change in the property tax increase, remember, it's 9.5% of value. And then it's less than 100 mils. So it's about 1/100th the leverage. And so this is a pretty sure bet for a financial institution to do this. It's a pretty reasonable amount of encumbrance for a taxpayer. It's a pretty easy guarantee for the state of Wyoming because it is going to get paid because you have the superior lien. So I had a bill drafted a few years ago that it was kind of cumbersome. It created a tax relief authority, and it was a little bigger than I kind of wanted. So I've been talking to financial institutions saying, if you could make a tax loan and the state would guarantee the loan, could that potentially be a good business for you? And it would be in the form of like a home equity line of credit. And what it would mean, it would last several years, meaning you could borrow for taxes this year. Maybe you make a few payments. Let's say you borrow $3,000 this year to pay your taxes. Well, over the course of the next year, maybe you're going to pay that down by half. Maybe you're going to pay it down by a third. I don't know how it's all going to work, but you're going to have to borrow again, and the note will increase in value. But always the state will guarantee it, and we'll have a superior lien on the property. So it's the first thing to be paid when the property is finally transferred. What this would do is give people the chance to not have to go to their county governments. They go to the bank. They sit across the table from bankers and credit union managers, just like they always do. They get the money, the taxes are paid. That's maybe the credit union pays it directly, or however mechanism it's paid and the guaranteed. County's not out any funds. All the taxing entities aren't out any funds. The state of Wyoming, under the Department of Revenue, we'd have to approve this loan and say we will stand by this loan. It doesn't have to be the Department of Revenue, but that seems like might be an obvious place. And they would guarantee it if there's a default. But also there's always the superior lien. So what this does is it uses the same banking relationship that people already have. The same way you borrow money, the same way you pay your bills, and it keeps the government out of it. It would make a program available to people that they don't like to use now. And I don't think it'd really be that hard to do. I've talked to financial institutions, and they are warming up to the idea. Certainly, credit union is very enthusiastic about it in my town. So I'm asking you if we could think about this and maybe try to put something together, a little less complicated than that big bill about the Property Tax Relief Authority, which sort of created something like the Infrastructure Authority, and it got way out of hand. But I'd be happy to answer any questions. Do you see how simple this could be? It really could be simple. It doesn't work for meat grinders, Mr. Chairman. We wouldn't use it for meat grinders.
No meat grinders.
Mr. Chairman.
Get ready. We might hear the meat grinder stories.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is, when you say superior, you're talking about taking the number one position on the debt. How do we do that if I've lent you money for your house and I'm in the number one position? I don't want to give that up.
Mr. Chairman, I think if you think about it, we're already in the number one position. So, I mean, the taxes have to be paid no matter what, right? But what we need to think about is how we can go ahead and pay the taxes, but maintain the obligation to the note as if the taxes weren't paid. And I do, and maybe it would require, the worst case scenario, Mr. Chairman, would be that the first mortgage holder has to approve it. But if there's anything the first mortgage holder wants is to have the taxes paid. But I think we could do it without requiring that approval. It's a small amount of money compared to the rest of that value.
Quick follow-up.
Please.
If the bottom drops out, is the state going to repossess the house? Foreclose?
If the bottom drops out, the state would, and it would have that superior lien would exist. But the leverage on this is like 1/100th of the value of the property. And if the bottom drops out and, it's so unleveraged, I think it's safe, really safe.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Another quick. Oh, yeah, sorry. Senator, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, I have a few questions. And the first one, I guess, got answered already because I was thinking that you were assuming that the first mortgage was already paid off. And in some cases it would be, but in some cases it wouldn't be. My own experience from a life of working at credit unions and banks is that you would need to get the first lender's permission. They would have to agree to take second position. There are a few situations when that wouldn't be so. Just to clarify, I guess I'm wondering, I did a lot of loans over the years for taxes. People would come in and say, hey, I'm short. I can't pay my taxes this time. Can you help me out? And we would do a loan. And if the borrower qualified, we would do an unsecured loan and just take care of it very quickly. But the problem that comes up is very often when people can't pay their taxes, they don't qualify for loans. Their debt load is very high. Their income level is low. Bad things happen to good people all the time. And I'm wondering if you have envisioned that type of situation, because banks like to make good loans. They don't like to make loans that are iffy.
Senator Case.
So, Mr. Chairman, these loans would still be underwritten. And financial institutions could have their criteria, or we can specify some of the criteria. For the emergency debt relief program that I think we did, it was last year or the year before. I mean, sometimes we specify things like the credit worthiness of the individual. I think they had to have a credit rating of 550 or better. I mean, these would still be underwritten loans, and there'd have to be a criteria, or else the state won't guarantee it. And that's how we can. Absolutely, we need to have underwriting, just like always. But it would get at the people that otherwise they just don't have the cash flow to pay their taxes. We want to keep them in their houses, but they're so proud, they don't want to go down and talk to the government.
Follow up?
Representative Lucas, can I just insert a quick question? Sorry about that. Just for my clarification. So in short, the concept is that the state would guarantee the loan, and that would likely be, as long as it met the criteria, we would guarantee the loan, and I guess we're incentivizing the institution to give a good rate or something like that. That's kind of the concept. Am I catching that correctly? I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I think you could get a favorable rate, favorable terms. These loans might go on for several years and perform more like a home equity line of credit. Maybe have an overall limit, but you can grow into it, pay it down, grow back into it. But precisely, they would be good loans for everyone because of the state guarantee and the underwriting.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Representative Lucas, please. I know you had another question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So suppose let's use your $3,000 scenario. And if I wanted a loan to get paid off in a year, then we'd be looking at a monthly payment of somewhere in the neighborhood of what, maybe less than $300. And if that wasn't happening, then we would have an increasing loan amount. And I would foresee that there would probably be situations where the borrower would not make payments on this loan. Maybe some payments, maybe some not, maybe very few payments. At what point of non-payment would the state then step in and initiate a foreclosure? Because I know that as a lender, I had my own process, and that's dictated by law also of when that happens. And depending on the balance of the mortgage that I'm carrying, your $3,000 loan can't put this entire mortgage in jeopardy. But because we don't want to repossess a house either. We just don't want to. We want to work with the borrower. But I'm seeing this as a very complicated animal. And I'll be frank, I don't know that people who are in this situation will qualify for additional funds. And I guess I'd have a lot more questions about underwriting on that one, because it would be very hard to deal with the state in a foreclosure position, especially if a lender took second position. I would never, as a lender, want to take second position for such a junior amount. Just pointing it out. Thank you.
Senator Case.
So, Mr. Chairman, banks and credit unions would come up with the terms of this loan, and they would, you could have a loan that requires payment in full over the course of the year, but I kind of doubt that that's going to be helpful to a lot of people. But it would be helpful in some sense, because you can't make payments to the county. Did you know that? You can't make payments. They don't take your tax and discount it by the $300 that you paid towards the $3,000 bill. It doesn't work that way. So this would actually allow you to make payments over time on your taxes, and that's useful. It's up to the financial institution to require whether it's all paid off within a year or not. I would envision that it wouldn't be. The underlying criteria is that the value of the property keeps increasing, and it more than covers the additional obligation. I would expect a good loan would something like there would be possibly, as long as the interest is paid, the loan is in good standing with a balloon at 10 years, for example. That gives a person a chance to stay in their house as an elderly person for 10 years, and their family could work it out. And then when the property is finally sold, the principal could be collected. As far as the state administration, I doubt if there'd be many foreclosures. I think we'd have to think about that. But what's the difference between that foreclosure that gives people this incredible amount of breathing room and actually putting their property up for a tax sale, which doesn't give them any breathing room at all, because if you don't pay your taxes, you start going on the sale list, it does take several years to go through. And the truth is, Mr. Chairman, very few properties actually come up. Residential properties actually go all the way through sale, but it does happen. This would give them an opportunity to stay in their house, to not have to really go to the county with their hat in hand, and to deal with their local financial institution who comes up with the terms for the note. And the state would be the guarantor.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. My question is, at what point would they be eligible for this loan? Would it be the first year that they're delinquent on taxes, second, third, fourth, or the fifth, where they're actually facing eviction, what would a qualifier be on how you would qualify for that?
Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we could put some criteria in. If you don't want every taxpayer to qualify for this, you want them to be under certain circumstances, we could put that in the legislation. But we also need to let financial institutions underwrite it themselves and come up with some criteria as well. I would speculate that if someone is several years behind in their taxes, that's not a good risk for this program. We'd like to keep people from getting into trouble. We'd like to relieve their minds. We'd like to give them the opportunity to continue to enjoy and live in their homes. So we wouldn't want to wait till they were on the rocks. But people still have to have good credit and not be a risk.
Thanks. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Case, I just can't get my mind wrapped around this. I mean, somebody takes out a mortgage, they have an escrow and that pays it. So you're looking, this is for people that's their home's paid off.
More likely, yeah.
And because with an escrow, I mean, you're paying your taxes. I just got done paying my house off a couple of years ago and it's, I said.
Felt good, didn't it?
Felt great, but I take, X amount every month that I was paying on my bill and set it in another account so I can pay my taxes and my insurance.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman,
So this is
Representative
what you're looking at.
Stivar makes a great point. I mean, most lenders, it's not a first, second, will the first agree situation most of the time, because if you have a mortgage from anybody reputable, they're going to have escrow. They're going to make sure that those taxes have been paid. That's not the issue. But there might be encumbrances on your property that maybe aren't quite so reputable. Maybe private, I don't know what all could be on there, but we'd have to sort through those.
Cannot control this mic, but other than that, we're good to go. Go ahead. Senator Ride, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Case, I think your thoughts are well intended. I think they're more nanny state policies, so to speak. I don't know if it's the role of the government to get into the banking business. We have to have another bureaucracy down there to assess risk. That's what banks are supposed to do. And, as you well know, I always bring up the repeal property taxes. I mean, to me, that's the best solution to keep old people and that already have their house paid off and the state can't confiscate it. So I applaud you for trying to think and help these people, but it's really not our role, in my opinion, at the state legislature to get in the banking business and maybe perpetuate something that would make it worse going forward, just getting them deeper into debt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
And Mr. Chairman, I certainly appreciate that perspective. I don't believe it's good policy for us to repeal property taxes. I think they're foundational to the provision of local government, and they have been since the creation of the United States. And if local people don't have skin in the game about their local services, I guarantee you it's going to be a huge disconnect. So it is in our interest to encourage people to be able to stay in their homes. That's why we've passed all our relief bills for the past several years. We've talked on and on about the homeowner and making sure we give one for the elderly. But if you've lived in your home all these years, we've gone to a lot of work to socialize that. This really says, no, let's let the banks make loans to people, but look, in a fallback position, we will underwrite this because we are the government, and the banks will give good rates, and we're not going to be out any money.
So can I ask a quick question? Sorry, Representative Lean, I don't mean to cut in. Can I take you back just for a moment? Because you had mentioned that we had put a program in place that I think none of the counties, or maybe one maybe none. None of them took it. The question I have is, do we have a good feel for, did the counties not choose to implement it? Or did we find some counties tried and we failed? I'm sorry, I know I've heard some of this history, but I don't have this history embedded in the limited brain at this moment. Can you maybe give us a little bit of that history? That would be helpful for me. I'm sorry, I don't mean to drag you back too far, but if that's, because I couldn't remember, I know we gave this legislative option for the counties to do this. I couldn't remember if they all chose not to, or there were some that tried and we just found that the program just didn't work. Do you have any recollection or insight on that?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think the assessors can help us with this more than I can.
Fair enough.
But I do say, I know that at least 2 counties had a program, but that it was not utilized.
Okay.
And the question was, why wasn't it utilized? And I had asked several of them, and my conclusion is that people don't like to go to the government to ask for this assistance. And where they're very comfortable going to the bank to borrow money for this and that. They've been doing it all their lives. It's good business for the credit unions and banks. But please, sir, let's hear from the assessors on this. They'll know more.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Case, I'm wondering about things like reverse mortgages. How would the state then receive the funding that they're owed when the people are already taking out a mortgage to pay their daily expenses, and that then puts their home as the leverage to pay that back when they pass away?
Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not 100% familiar with a reverse mortgage. My understanding is they're not typically used because old people don't want to use reverse mortgages. It scares the heck out of them. I would speculate that a reverse mortgage situation also has a restriction and an escrow for the property taxes to be paid, but I don't see why as a lender I would go into that situation unless I knew the property taxes were paid. But maybe somebody else can answer that. I would just be certain that the property taxes are covered, just as it's in the case of a normal first mortgage.
Okay.
So this probably wouldn't apply.
All right. Other questions for the senator? Yeah. Somebody have, Representative Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, again. Just to help me wrap my mind around this, if we have the banks or the credit unions doing the underwriting, but the state is the ultimate backstop, how does that work?
Senator.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I would assume that there would be a checklist. There would be requirements that the state would require of the loan, including of the borrower. And there would be a check on the paperwork that's filed and, make sure all the, the boxes are checked to make sure that, but in the end, what makes it a good deal for the state is that the property does have this value, that if it is ever eventually sold, the bank will get paid back and the state won't have to guarantee it. It's only a real backstop.
Other questions? Seeing none, are there others to speak on this?
Probably 1,000 that want to support it, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to hear from the assessors about the other program if anybody would like to provide some input.
I'd like to hear that if any of the assessors are knowledgeable or willing to educate us on that. That would be, okay, there we go. Perfect. Even better. Because I apologize. I know we've been through this at some level, but to be honest with you, it's a little bit, the recollection of the program isn't there for me right now. So a little education on this would be helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Joel Shell, the treasurer in Commerce County. I appreciate the opportunity to chime in on this. I think there are 2 ways when we talk about people being taxed out of their homes. There are really 2 ways that happens. One is that they can't pay their taxes, and so their property goes to a tax sale that Senator Case referenced, and that process is happens over 4 years, so that if they don't pay their taxes, generally all counties have a tax sale by October 1st. So at that point in the year, we have investors that have come and attend that sale, very popular. This year, we had maybe 60 parcels. We had 70 buyers show up, for an opportunity to pick those up. Those people get liens on the property, and so they would be in the superior spot to begin with, right, when that happens. At that point, though, the county then is 100% collected on real estate taxes. So by October 1st of every year, all the counties have collected all the real estate taxes, if not from the property owners, then from these folks that come to the tax sale and pay the taxes in exchange for a lien, right? When that process happens, then the homeowner has 4 years from the date of that sale to redeem that property. They pay a 3% penalty regardless of the time that from the date of that sale, and 15% interest in order to do that. So it's expensive. And that's kind of what gets them in a hole is as that interest clock starts running, it gets much more expensive to redeem those properties. As Senator Kaye said, only about 1.8% of the properties we see that go to the tax sale end up going to deed, right? So they have 4 years, the homeowner does, to redeem that. And if they don't redeem it, then there's a process that the person that went to the sale goes through where they can get a deed to the property. That's pretty rare, right? So we don't really see people taxed out of their homes in that situation. The properties, even that 2% that go to deed, tend to be vacant property or somehow compromised properties. They're not actual residential properties. It's very rare for that to happen. Most of the time, people get taxed out of their homes because they just can't, they know they can't make the tax payment, right? And so rather than go delinquent, they sell the house, right? So that they can take the equity of the home and move somewhere else. We've seen that happen certainly in a lot of the communities around the state. So I think that this is where this program could come in. As to your questions about the deferral program, that deferral program is run by demand, right? So the commissioners have the option to create that program. There's some overhead to that. There's some accounting that happens there. And you're not going to see counties do that unless you had some significant demand in those counties for that to happen. So on the backs of our tax bill, as the legislature is required, we put information about that program, even though we don't have it like in our county or in most counties. And again, the idea there is you're educating the taxpayer that this is a program that exists, and it tells them if you would like to avail yourself to this program or you would like it, to be existing in your county, you need to contact the commissioners. The counties, when the deferral program first went into place, that did, implement the program, again, just didn't see a lot of demand. There are really two issues there. One is, as Senator Kaye said, people don't like the idea of the government having a lien on their property. Right. So going to your local government folks and asking them, for a handout or lien was not popular. The other issue was that there's a provision in that program that says if you do have a mortgage, you had to contact your mortgage company and get their permission to enter the program. And I think a lot of us don't think about what the logistics of that would be. Right. So I got a loan on my house with the local bank. Of course, within weeks, they sold it to some other mortgage company that I don't know. They're located in New Jersey, right? So I can call a 1-800 number and say, hey, I'd like to avail myself of this program where, some other entity is going to get a superior lien to yours through this program that you're not familiar with. Would you be okay with that? And the likelihood of them saying, sure, we're okay with that was very slim, right? So even the people that were interested in availing themselves to that program, if they had any kind of mortgage, that provision pretty much kicked them out of being able to do that. There was a little discussion about the other types of liens you might see if the state had a lien. What we see with people holding tax certificates are mostly IRS liens, people that can't afford their property taxes often then, but also late on their income taxes. Dealing with IRS liens can be challenging, depends on the administration and sort of, the status of being able to talk to somebody at the IRS. And also then the other lien we see is the State of Wyoming Department of Health liens. Those are the liens that the state of Wyoming puts on properties when people enter assisted living under the Medicaid program. And I would certainly be willing to answer any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Just a quick question. Did that deferral program come with an interest rate, some fee associated with the deferral? Is that how that worked? Do you recall?
Mr. Chairman, we never implemented it. I don't believe it did. I don't remember there being a fee on the deferral itself or an interest rate. But I can't say for sure, Mr. Chairman. I'd have to look into that. and
That's
see.
why I was curious about that. That's one thing about the bank. I mean, let's be realistic about the bank. They got to make money. You can't do it interest free. And on that deferral, I could be crazy, but for some reason I had it stuck in my head. It did not carry a fee with it, but I might be mistaken on that. So, sorry, Senator Wright, you had a question. I apologize.
Yeah, real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The, on those tax sales, the certificate holders, what kind of interest do they earn on that? And is that uniform statewide? And when the taxpayer comes in to redeem, they're obligated for that interest payment as well, if I'm correct. Would you explain that a little bit? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Wright, yeah. So when a redemption occurs, right? So even though now we have this person in between the county and the taxpayer doesn't pay the lien holder directly, they pay the county. So we collect a 3% penalty. And so what that's to guard against is a lot of the redemptions we get for whatever reason happen within days of the tax sale. So we'll have a tax sale on Monday. We'll do, 20 or 30 redemptions by the end of the week. So to still get people to come to the tax sale and they get some kind of return, they get a 3% penalty. So even, this year we sold one property, $30,000 in taxes. So if that was redeemed the next day, that person that came to the sale would still get $1,000 as a penalty for that investment. Then the interest rate subsequent to that is 15% on the initial year. Those people that come to the sale also have the opportunity to pay subsequent years, and that tends to be what they do. So what we do is in September, we send a bill to all the taxpayers, and then by October 1st or in October, we send bills to the people who picked up the certificates at sale, and they can pay those taxes as well. They would get 18% on those, and that's all statutory interest. So yes, it's the same all across the state. It doesn't matter what tax sale you go to, what you receive for those investments is the same.
All right. Co-chair?
Man, I got a tough one too. Just thinking about this, it seems to me the program would be available to people whose houses are paid off. If they're not, and they're behind in their mortgage, which means they'll be behind in the escrow, the lender's already going to foreclose. And the next thing is most banks won't loan money on a house without a government guarantee. There's FHA, VA, and they drive you to something like that so that if they do foreclose on your house, they're going to get 80 or 90% back from the federal government. So I think as we look at this, we're just really considering people whose houses are paid off. Would you agree, Senator Case?
Senator, please. Then I don't feel so bad.
I think that's probably right. I mean, if have a mortgage and it's in good standing and your escrow's paid up, and those aren't the people that have trouble paying their taxes. I think it's a lot of people do own their houses outright, but just they bought that house a long time ago. The tax value has gone up so much, and the tax bill in their limited income in their elderly years, most typically, have become pretty oppressive. But just think, right now, we have a program that works where we create tax buyers who pay off the county. The county doesn't get that interest rate. The tax buyers get that interest rate. Remember? So if we could cut that interest rate in half, so to speak, keep people, give them this relief, that's a great thing. And the credit union and the banks could make money. These things, they are guaranteed in the end. This guy that stands in at the tax sale, he gets a superior lien. He's going to get paid. Why can't we do this in a structure that uses commercial entities that are willing and able to do this, underwrite it, and we get the same superior lien? Why couldn't we draft a program like that?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Case, I look at this and I look at the idea that with a lot of people, when we're talking, a lot of these people will be senior citizens on a fixed income. My thing is these people have been paying property taxes for years. I would be more favorable to exempting them from property tax completely. I mean, they're already in a hardship position. They're on a fixed income. When they've done more than their fair share, for a lack of a better term, I just don't see putting them in a position they want to have those homes to pass something on to their children. And now we're saying we're going to let the state have priority over that land. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Third case.
Mr. Chairman, I'm never going to convince you guys if your first place you go to is that they shouldn't have to pay taxes in the beginning. All right. I mean, if that's what you think, that's what you think. But we have a property-based, tax-based system. You haven't changed it completely so far, and the biggest change on the horizon is going to be in the Supreme Court eventually. And we'll find out what the other biggest change is in November, whether people vote for the 50% reduction or not. But it looks to me like we're still going to have property taxes when this is all over, because you're not going to be able to get rid of them. Because the Constitution says that all property has to be fairly taxed. And it has to be within that range specified in the Constitution. We haven't changed that range. So if, you can't come back to me and saying this is unfair because I don't want people to have to pay taxes at all. I'm trying to find a way to make work within our constitutionally based system now and as it's likely to evolve in the near future.
Representative Stoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Case, for bringing this discussion. I do appreciate it. And I do see that it's possible that a number of folks might find it more acceptable to go to the bank rather than to their county government. I do think there's pretty good research that what might also work and what other states have done is a prepayment program. As you said, we collect our tax in two lump sums a year, and that sometimes is the difficult thing for people to do. So I'd like us to actually look at the prepayment program option. I think we could do it as a local option for a county. We could pass a bill that says the county can do that if they want to do that. Milwaukee also does a monthly installment, which doesn't require even a credit application. That seems quite useful and has increased the participation in that, so that when they make the first payment, then it just sets them up for monthly installments. I think that might actually work for a larger group of people than necessarily going to the credit union or the bank. So I think that would be worth pursuing. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I like all that. I think it's actually complementary, but I think administratively, county treasurers and tax collecting entities don't necessarily like that, and you should listen to them. But I think it's complementary to what I'm talking about.
Right. Any other questions? Seeing none? Did I miss anybody online? Okay. Seeing none. Okay. Is there, Senator, please. if you'd
Well,
like
Mr. Chairman, I
wrap it
don't know
up.
if people have tolerance for a bill draft. I would hope that maybe you have such overwhelming enthusiasm, you'd like to see this on paper. And we'd let somebody work on it. But, you know, I know how it goes. Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Public comment or whoever, public or other entities or whatever, please. I'd love to hear other opinions on this. Excuse me? Oh, Representative Lucas. I don't mean to keep ignoring you. My bad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of comments. There are lenders of high repute who don't escrow, and they are typically small community credit unions. Escrowing is expensive and typically is limited to larger lenders. And so credit unions are more likely to not escrow. And they keep an eagle eye on all of their mortgage loans because they don't do all that many. It's a large percentage of their portfolio. And as a lender, I worked very carefully with people who were having a hard time paying, and we knew each other well. And I would do backflips to help them stay in their houses, and they were very comfortable dealing with the credit union. But I would say that it would be cheaper and easier for a bank or a credit union to just do an unsecured loan at less than credit card rate, because 15% plus 3% is 18%. And that is the statutory maximum that credit unions, federal credit unions, can charge for unsecured loans, or any loans, as a matter of fact. And by the time you got a lien attached, the government's lien, and you did a credit report and you did underwriting and evaluated you had to value the house, you know, you're into some high costs for a very small loan. I'd question just how many people would use this. But even at the 15% plus 3% on a $3,000 loan would be $540 a year. And if we cut that in half, that would be $270. Wow, that the credit union would stand to earn on that. And if you divided that by 12 months in the year, this isn't really very much income. The credit union's not going to be overjoyed to do these kinds of loans, but they do a lot of community service. And I would suggest that they're probably already doing this kind of work to help their members stay out of foreclosure due to taxes. There are very few tax foreclosures that banks do. You know, the county may do it, but people are going to go and talk to their credit union first anyway. And so I'm not going to vote for this.
Thank you, Representative Lucas. Any other, at this point, I'd see no public comment interest on this. Anyone online, else online? That being said, we're going to close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Chairman, let's see a draft.
Did you make a motion, Senator Case? Do I hear a motion? Hearing none. Well, I guess we will move on from this topic then, unless there's any other conversation with the committee. All right, so moving forward, we will jump on the next topic, which I do not have in front of me, so give me just a moment. Next topic is property, yes, tax credits for education. Where's what's that? Oh, he's out in the lobby hanging out. Can someone? Someone bring in our state treasurer and help us out? No worries. That's
Mr. Chairman.
Welcome. And you are on for the property tax credit for education. So to educate us on this program,
Okay, all
you
right.
gave us a little taste of it, but I don't know that we fully appreciate the whole.
All right, well, I'll guess I'll start is that I did have a good, long conversation with the Department of Revenue about how we could implement some of these things. And one of the things that I was curious about is that how would we actually get educational help to folks that were living basically in an apartment house. So we came up with the idea that $100 for everybody that was basically K through 12 or those students. And for primarily, I think that would probably be for materials. But essentially what it is more or less it's a 1 mil tax credit. And I think the $100 in a lot of cases would probably be more like 3 or 4 meals tax credit because a lot of folks would probably only have $20 or $30. But I think $100 is, if we're going to do it across renters, we would do it across all the K through 12 people. But after that, then I think it would be a tax credit if you're going to use it for community colleges, if you're going to use it for UW, if you're going to use it for Wyotech or any other trade school. And I think the other areas, there's other businesses out there that I think would help. The genesis of this, probably a lot of it was every year I go to a healthcare conference that Steve Forbes Families puts on up in Jackson. We had 2 years ago, we had the CEO of Eli Lilly, the CEO of Ambi, and the head of research and development from Johnson & Johnson there. And so I pitched this idea to him, and the guy from Lilly just popped up right away and asked him, what do you think about it? And he says, well, that could be really interesting. And I want to make sure that if it ever goes through, that you get back with us because they have specific training for Eli Lilly for their GLP-1 drugs. And you can't get it at a trade school. You can't get it at a university. You can't get it at a medical school. The only place you get it is from Eli Lilly, is that's the specific things that you have to know to manufacture those. And the same thing is this with TerraPower. I visited them here a few weeks ago, and they've got specific training that they do to run a nuclear power plant. You don't get it anyplace else. And so those businesses, and there's a lot of businesses that I think that could use this for safety training and different things like at the coal mines or any place else or any business that you're thinking of, that actually has the need for educational training. And so it goes from everywhere from essentially somebody that's homeschooling all the way up to a coal mine that can use it for training or to basically perhaps if they've got a lot more money coming in off of that, they could actually do some grants and stuff to our universities or to our community colleges. Or all of these other different welding programs and any other program that we have out there that needs a little help. It's roughly about $28 million all in. And so I'd say about 10 million would probably go through K through 12 and the homeschooling folks. Then after that, you've got about another 18 that would essentially be industry and other areas where they would either be using it for specific training, safety training, CDL training or whatever else that is education within the state of Wyoming. Nothing goes out the state of Wyoming, and we're not going to, basically let kids go to a private school in Connecticut or wherever,
It's just for clarification for me. So I'm going to ask a few questions just to make sure it's clear. So the concept is that I, as a taxpayer,
Yes.
could redirect, and we'll just use the 1 mil or whether it's $100 or 1 mil. Let's just figure
Yes.
that. I could redirect 1 mil of the taxes I would pay in the direction of some training where I was going to get some training. I'll say my child, I was going to send my child to a different school. I could redirect that 1 mil amount to that other school, or it could be broader. Maybe I wanted to redirect it to a tech school that I want my child to go to. But that's the concept. I would be given the option to redirect the mill. Is that an
The option to
accurate?
redirect the mill, basically, it's 1 mill for education. I think K through 12, it follows the child, but it's wherever the parent, if you want to have your kids stay in public school, you basically do your child's classroom. And I can tell you that my wife taught school for 45 years, and there toward the end of it, she was spending $1,500 of her own money out of her pocket to actually get enough materials to teach the kids in her classroom. And, you have the basket of goods now. And all of those, I think at that time, I think it was about $123, and that's probably about 8 years ago, more or less, that went for each student in the classroom. But that wasn't enough to actually do that. And, or whether sometimes all of that money didn't get to her classroom through the district. So what this basically allows the parents or any property tax owner to put it in any educational opportunity in the state. So you may not even have kids, but you want to have, you want to put your 1 mil of it to UW, or you want to put your one of your mills to one of the grade schools or the high schools, and it doesn't make any difference. So, and the thing is where we're looking at it, this would be a totally 100% backed, by a general fund appropriation that would come out of the PMTF. And then you could use that to basically backstop all of that. So it doesn't interfere or disadvantage public education whatsoever, because you backstop it. And so all it would be an addition if the kids that are in public school, if they take that opportunity. Now, if everybody took the opportunity, you're $28 million. That's what last year's were. I think the year before, I think it was 30 million. But that's, that's the opportunity that you would have, is to take your money as a tax credit and put it in any educational opportunity within the state.
Sorry, again, for clarification on that, would these opportunities need to be, for lack of a better term, in some way registered? So would I need to be able to pick one that had registered for this program? Is that's not clear to me, that you can kind of just shoot it anywhere, is the concept. So if an entity, a school or whatever wants to allow these dollars to be guided to them, would they have to register? Then that would have to be a component of it.
I'm going to let you guys, I have actually put the concept in there. And I know that the Department of Revenue has fleshed some of that stuff out.
Okay.
And I think that's where we went with that $100 per student, because it got kind of cumbersome if you're going to try to involve people that owned an apartment building, for them to sign up to the program, to give them the benefit of someone that was a K through 12 student. And whether or not how we would actually work on the other ones, I guess I would just keep it as a property on the ones that are that. Then I know that there are some, I think you guys got that $7,000 for that one scholarship program. You may want to consider that there's no double dipping. I don't know. It's only $100, but, or if what you want to do with it, that's something. I know we don't allow some of our veterans programs to have, basically 2 bites at different veterans exemptions, and I think the Department of Revenue has a better idea about the details of that, about how that would work, as far as the structure that it would happen at the assessor's office, or when you get your tax bill. I would think of this that that if you had, and every mills are going to be worth a little bit different in each county, but I would think that you just, the assessor could actually have, this is what one mill is worth. And you can apply for an educational tax credit. And to the extent that you're saying that these different folks would have to be qualified in some way or another, those are the qualifications that I think you guys can look at. For me, I would think that if it was a college, that the check would just either, you could either direct it to a certain program. If your kid was in agriculture or engineering, you direct it to that college. Or just direct it to the coal companies might just say, well, I'm just going to direct it to the general fund, So I think it's got, to me, it gives the democratization of educational funding back to the property tax owner, which I kind of like that from the standpoint that you don't have a lot of bureaucracy involved with it. And you don't have a lot of people telling you where you can put your educational dollar. It can follow your grandkid. It can follow anybody you want to, or an institution. It's just really up to the property tax owner.
Question, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today, Treasurer. At the beginning of your speech, I heard you say to include people that live in apartments, $100.
A student. Yeah.
A student. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up question. You referenced $28 million and that this would be coming out of the Permanent Mineral Wyoming Trust Fund?
I think that's the best way to fund it because it's an identifiable source, and we get 5% of the ruling average of that. So that goes up every year. Whether I think next year it'll probably go up another $50 to $70 million, that increase in that average. So we wouldn't, I guess, be backtracking what people are getting now in the budget as far as the legislature to spend because you have that increase.
Thank you.
Other questions for Meyer? Senator Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Treasurer Meyer. Good to see you here today.
Good to see you here today.
I'm a little bit confused, as Senator McEwen would always say. Now, is this an additional mill that would be voluntary? I don't quite understand how the process would work and how you would select and where that would happen on your tax bill or what.
Yeah.
Kind of walk us through your vision of that.
Yeah, I guess the way I look at it is, let's say you got 78 mills and your county assessor says that 1/78th mill on what your property tax that you own is $85, or maybe it's $185. It just depends on how much property you own, and that would essentially be a credit that you could apply for. And I guess the thought process of the chairman here is that you could apply for that and it could be put in any one of these different buckets that you guys have identified as basically meeting the criteria of whatever you want to define education is. And so that would be a credit that you would apply for. And what I would look at is that you would probably, rather than writing a check to the county, you'd apply for that credit, be approved, and write a check to that institution. And so it's essentially your money. It acts just like any other dollar that you have in your checking account, but rather than paying the county, and then the state would reimburse the county.
Senator Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that would be fully optional.
Fully optional.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fully optional. And, I know there's a lot of these different programs that, maybe they've only got 50% participation. Maybe they got 80% participation. But, I really seriously doubt that we participate the full $28 million. And so that's, from my perspective, I think it'd be somewhere, I'd like to see it be at least 50% participation, but that's something that, I guess it'll be up to the folks that want to actually think that education is something that's necessary, and that the property tax owner would have their choice as to whether or not it stays in the same places where it was or whether it goes someplace else.
Oh, I didn't have my speaker on again. So,
Well, I think we'd get the revenue department up here and they
yeah, I would.
answers questions that they may have some answers where and exactly how that would work.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That's great. I will say I've actually had a number of people at the door ask for, hey, why can't we redirect some portion of our taxes? So it's not a question that's not asked more often than I could tell you. So.
Yeah. And I know I met some people at the door saying, look, I moved here from California 10 years ago and I don't give a damn about education. And I want, so.
I might have heard that once or twice too, sir. So. Treasurer Meyer, thank you for taking some time and bringing us up to speed. I do appreciate it. All right. Whichever one of you wants to go after this, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. First time you heard from me today. Brett Fanning, Director of the Wyoming Department of Revenue. Really appreciate the insight that Treasurer Meyer was able to give you on his concept that he discussed. You may recall going back to the interim discussion meeting that you all had back at the end of this year's session. This is when he first proposed this topic. And at the end of the day, the discussion was how to get a little bit more educational funding for constituents to be able to pay for educational expenses. And so I kind of want to bring this back into kind of the discussion and maybe go over this concept a little more in details. One of the questions that was asked was, hey, is there going to have to be some sort of application process or something along those lines? I think the answer is yes. I do think if we are going to redirect any sort of property tax mills or anything along those lines, I don't see how we do this without some sort of application process. Now, again, this is a policy decision on your behalf. I don't know if that goes through the Department of Revenue. I don't know if that goes through a local county treasurer. I don't know if that goes through fill in the blank. Okay, I think that's kind of the first part here. We did come up with a couple different solutions on how this idea might work. The first one, as Treasurer Meyer outlined, is, okay, one mill last year brought in $28 million, give or take, in property tax. This is kind of the starting point. And so if you had a program, this is kind of option one, you had a program where they submit an application to fill in the blank entity, that we can redirect one of those mills that they paid in property tax to actually go to educational expenses. So they send in an application just as an example, say they send an application to the Department of Revenue and they say, hey, I want to redirect this to fill in the blank institution. Department of Revenue, can you give us a check and I'm going to send it to that institution. That's kind of one example here. So you've got this $28 million bucket. You send in an application to the Department of Revenue up to 1 mil that you paid in property tax, and I want to send that to fill in the blank institution. The Department of Revenue administers that program. That's just one option. That is one that we came up with, the Department of Revenue. We did have a couple other options that we discussed, we brainstormed, that maybe are options as well. Okay, option number 2, right? You still have this 1 mil, $28 million bucket. Say you have a company that paid into that 1 mil bucket. Okay, the company submits an application to the Department of Revenue saying, hey, I've started training my workforce. Can you reimburse me up to one of the mills I paid in property taxes to help me train my employees? Okay. That's kind of an option as well. Again, the whole thought behind our conversations with Treasurer Meyer is we're trying to help pay for some educational expenses here. We're trying to help all of our educators in Wyoming, reimbursement, those sort of things. That's kind of the second option that we came up with. The third option that we came up with is still, you've got the same 1 mil bucket. Okay, say you're an educator here in the state of Wyoming. If you've paid property taxes, you've paid several mills. 1 mil of those, we can give you educational expenses as an educator to actually get reimbursed for those expenses that you're using. Maybe it's in the classroom, maybe you're a professor, however that educator wants to use those funds. Again, it's another application process to fill in the blank entity, just using the Department of Revenue as an example. So that's another option. Kind of option number 4, right? You've got someone who's paid property tax in the state of Wyoming. They can get up to 1 mil back if they're paying property taxes and they've got someone in a K through 12 school. Okay, it's another one. Again, the whole thought process behind our discussions here and with Treasurer Meyer is that the state is going to be ultimately the one who's going to be reimbursing those. The county is still left whole at the end of the day because the state's the one that's going to pick up the tab. I'm not saying that's good or bad. That's not my discussion whatsoever, but that's just one of the avenues on how this might work. So, Mr. Chairman, let's see. Okay. One of the main topics that comes up on this is how do we help folks who are renters? Because if you recall from all the options that I kind of gave you, it requires paying some sort of property tax, whether that's a company who's paying the property tax or an individual, right, or an educator. Renters don't fall into those categories. And that's a tough topic because we know that there are renters who are in this bucket. They're constituents of yours. I talk to them every single day as well on various tax topics. And so how do you make sure that if this is the program you want to work with, how do you make sure that you also tackle renters if that's a policy decision that you want to do? One of the examples that Administrator Gill and I brainstormed on was you can look at a sales tax, right? Almost every family in the state of Wyoming is going to pay sales tax on something, right? They've contributed into that fund, maybe use something general fund wise to reimburse fill in the blank amount of dollars to be used for educational expenses. Again, it's likely going to be some sort of application process to the Department of Revenue or fill in the blank entity. But that's one area that we've discussed, at least with Administrator Gill and I, is that almost every family is going to pay into the sales tax bucket, which is different than the property tax bucket. I know we've also got conversations maybe later in the day or tomorrow about something dealing with motor vehicles. And because a lot more folks are going to pay some sort of registration fee or tax on motor vehicles. But again, the whole concept behind Treasurer Meyer's idea is that you've got this bucket. How can we give $40, $100? Because think about 1 mil on a $400,000 house. Think about that, Administrator Gill, $40, right? That's what 1 mil is on my house. But companies, that 1 mil means a little bit more. And so hopefully, Mr. Chairman, that at least kind of gave you some sort of options or thought processes on how Treasurer Meyer's idea might come into fruition. And with that, the Department of Revenue would stand for any questions.
Questions for the department? Well, thank you. So just real quick question for me. I'm sorry, I don't mean to hold everybody up, but so the concept here, though, you broaden this a little bit for some reason. My brain is on residential property tax, but the concept is could be any taxpayer. So it could be the mill for the company concept. So I understand it a little bit better that way. It doesn't seem like a lot of money, but the concept of people being able to redirect some of their funding is a concept that I know resonates with some, not all, but with some. So anyway, that's helpful. And I guess conceptually, in any of your options, if you will, is it an application that is redirecting funding that they've already paid to their property tax, or is it them paying the money themselves? That wasn't exactly clear in your options to me.
Mr. Chairman, it's a policy decision on how you would like to do that. I think the thought process behind Treasurer Meyer's idea is that the counties would be left whole, and then the funding would come from the state side on that.
Thank you. That's helpful. If no questions,
Mr. Chairman.
oh, Representative Lucas, I keep missing everybody over there on the screen. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for the explanation. It really did fill in some blanks for me. I'm envisioning listening a tax credit. So you would get money back after you've paid the taxes, after you've paid for this expense. And I heard how you said the department or other entities, but I'm just thinking that, well, this would be yours. How do you, yeah, it would be yours, Ken. Okay. No, no. How would you envision this would affect your workload? You'd have to add to staff for this kind of thing. I would think that whoever takes this kind of job on would probably need some help. And just speak to that for just a moment for me, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Director.
No worries, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas. I do think that's accurate. Right now, we do not have an estimate on the number of staff that we may or may not need for this. If it is an application process, yes, I would foresee that we would need some additional help. I don't know if that's people. I don't know if that's IT funding. I don't know exactly what this is at that point. That being said, it's a policy decision. And if there was somehow, some way you wanted to just work on the mill portion up front, kind of as Representative Lucas is looking at where it's just not collected, I think there are challenges administratively to do that. But it does go back to a lot of the property tax relief programs that you've instituted over the past few years, where you pay for some of that up front, and then you come back and potentially ask the state for that refund at a later time.
Follow up to that, Representative Lucas? Yeah, sorry, Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is be for anyone up there. Ken, maybe he's looking like he needs something to do. How many, we talked about how many people, how many different institutional applicants who could receive these funds? Do we have any idea, a list, the definition? They had a lot of different versions that as he laid out. So, throw out the spreadsheet and let me start looking through them. Is that something that DOR would have to develop, or who would develop it, or the legislator is supposed to come up and develop that list of eligible applicants or eligible recipients? Would be better.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, that's a really good question. We don't have a number, obviously. We don't know how many companies would be interested. Is it our larger companies where their employees cannot receive education somewhere else, where they cannot go to a community college, let's say, or the university to receive this specialized training? So I would think it would be in your heavy manufacturing type facilities or something like that. Maybe even power facilities like the treasurer mentioned. So I don't know how many we would have. And then in residential side, I think we have a pretty good idea how many people rent. We don't know how many people have kids that rent. So that information, we'll have to dig a lot deeper for that. But I think between the Economic Analysis Division, the Department of Revenue, I think we could probably come up with some good estimates of applicants and how many would qualify. And yes, if the legislature were to put guardrails on exactly what type of company, if we're speaking companies, I think that would add a lot of clarity to the law, which could always change in the future too.
Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think you referenced Wyoming institutions. I mean, no out-of-state, I'll say, destinations. And I only bring that up. We talked about employers. I mean, the company I worked with for many years, we frequently sent people off to specialized training across the country where things that are literally don't exist in this state. I mean, Ohio, Texas, all kinds of stuff in the gas and oil and measurement and compression and stuff like that. And it's pretty expensive too, that type of training. So I just wanted to clarify because you have a limited pool in that particular technical part of training in this state, I think.
Representative or Senator Ide. I keep
thank you, Mr.
demoting you,
Chairman.
brother. Sorry.
Director, my thoughts keep going as they always do to eliminating property taxes. Why wouldn't we take that $28 million on one mill and just use that to put towards paying down property taxes instead? And then the more money people have in their pockets from not paying property taxes, they could do with their own money what they wanted to. Do you have any comment on that?
Director, please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I don't. That's a complete policy decision, and if that is the legislature's will, we would administer it as necessary.
And one concern I have is just putting the administration in place for the 28 million. Because this is almost, you would tell me I'm wrong, but this is almost not doable with staff. Realistically, one man's opinion, of course, that it is almost not doable with staff. So it would have to be put into an automated function. Now, again, conceptually, I like the concept of people being able to direct some of their money. I do. I just, the figuring out the administration piece has to be thought through very well because it has to be fairly highly automated. And if we want to keep it in the state, the entities where the money goes has to be very focused and directed. So one man's opinion based on what I've heard, but I'll just throw those thoughts out. And certainly I welcome your thoughts on it as well. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, please.
I think, right now, I guess the veterans, the way we work that is that we basically get the money, we give it to the auditor, and the auditor writes the checks. And that's pretty much how all of state government works, is that it goes through the comptroller. And so, I would think that the Department of Revenue would identify, what the money is. The process would be to I guess on a form, give that to the auditor so they know where the check would go to. I think that's probably the process that we use on everything else. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel.
Okay.
On that process.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That's helpful for me because it's if you look at this maybe in it as a standalone, it looks a little bit overwhelming, but
Right.
maybe
Yeah,
conceptually it's less overwhelming than I think it is. Thank you.
And to answer, I guess, the good senator from Casper's question about why don't we just give across the board tax relief? I think that's one other thing that government does do from time to time is that they try to identify, areas where there are problems and where people have specific problems and try to solve those specific problems. And essentially the folks that aren't going to avail themselves of this, then they I understand the problems that we have, especially in residential and other property tax releases, and other property areas where we are essentially paying, money out of our pocket for unrealized capital gains. And, it's a backdoor income tax on income that you don't have and you don't have realized. And so that's a bigger problem. I'm not trying to solve that big problem with this. I'm just trying to solve the problems that we know that we have in education, where the money necessarily, through all the bureaucracy and through the different boards and stuff, people get left out. And it's going to continue whether we double our educational funding and it still goes through that same process, people are still going to get left out. This just allows each individual citizen, to the extent that we can, identify, that they can basically solve that educational problem in the classroom or in their company. And it's, $28 million probably won't solve that problem, but I know that it'll give enough money to the individual classrooms if everybody, actually utilizes it, that they're not going to have problems with materials in different areas like that. I think you guys went a long way with some of the silos that you put in the last work that you did to kind of, basically make sure that some of that stuff got in there. But, I don't know what's going to happen. I'd say a lot of that stuff is going to be unwound, So, it's just solving one part, and that's education. We still have to do something, I think, to replace, the revenue that we're overtaxing people on their unrealized capital gains. And, I've tried for 3 years over 3 years to actually get a generational fund and use the power of compounding. And I think that's and I'm going to get a little off track from the bill, but essentially we have compounded taxes. If you have a 4% cap, you're going to double your property tax in 18 years. That's the power of compounding. We don't have the power of compounding in investing. And if we're going to keep up with the increase of what property taxes are, we're going to get an alternative revenue source, we need to have the power of compounding basically put within the treasurer's office realm of things that are possible. That would solve the big problem in the long run. Take a while to do, Senator, but it would solve the big problem that we have with relying on taxing unrealized gains. And that's where I want to, in the next 4 years, I want to make sure that we have a clear path to get rid of that. This is just solving a smaller problem that's no matter how much money you give to education is going to exist unless we get the people the freedom to actually make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, and any other Representative Riggins.
Just quickly, and whoever wants to answer, would the recipients of these mills be penalized later when it comes to some budgeting through however they ordinarily get their funds? With the examination, because they're going to be, this is a direct, it's going to the institutions, correct? So I'm just wondering if the governing bodies of those say, oh, they got $8 million in these tax credits, so we don't need to give them their regular budget amount. You know what I mean?
Mr. Treasurer.
Flip a coin on that one, because, I guess we could make these secret payments, but other than that, I don't know how you keep people from saying that, the balloon pushed out here, so we're going to make sure that it doesn't pop out over there, and I've seen different things like that, and those are the things that I think that you put some teeth in it and say that, that this isn't going to happen, that if a school district gets another $20,000 in these different classes, that you can't take that the money that they got from the formula away from them. You know, because, you know, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's human nature of people saying, well, they're getting it here, you know. And I think that might have been one of the reasons why they never really put more material money into the classrooms, because the teachers were taking it out of their pockets so they could actually teach. Yeah.
Any other questions for anyone? Not seeing any, we will open it up to public comment. And I see many excited people jumping up, and anyone online? Nope. Okay. All right. Seeing none. Committee, what's your pleasure? Anybody? Any comments? Any discussions?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Riggins.
if I had me an outline of it here in front of me, I might be able to ask for some kind of a draft, but I think I need a few more bullet points to do such a thing like that.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I certainly can tell you I like the idea of people being able to redirect. In my mind, redirect, if we're doing this for education, redirecting the mills that theoretically are aimed at school. That's conceptually what I see, but I must confess, it's sort of a green field for me right now. I can't quite see it all, but any other questions, comments? What's the family, or what's the committee's desire on this? Seeing nothing, all right. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you for coming and bringing the idea here. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. This point then, no further discussion on that one. We'll move on to the final topic of the day, I think, which is motor vehicle taxes. Representative, what? Oh. Yes, I believe we are. So there was two of them on this. That's right. I forgot. There's a couple of topics here.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, please.
I'd like to talk about two areas of motor vehicle taxes. One is the property tax component of motor vehicles, and I asked Dan Noble, former director of the Department of Revenue, to come talk to us about that. And the second issue has to do with trailer registration, semi-trailer registration. And I'll just, the issue with respect to semi-trailer registration is that a lot of semi-trailers in Wyoming are registered in Idaho. And the reason they're registered in Idaho is Idaho has lifetime registration. I don't completely know how that all works, but I learned this because there's a trailer repair facility in Riverton. And the guy said, well, everybody's semi-trailer is licensed and registered in Idaho because they have lifetime. I'm going like, well, what do we have to do to get a piece of that? And another area with respect to property taxes, of course, if you look at anybody's motorhomes, half of them are registered in Montana. And they said they bought them there so they could avoid the sales tax. But if we could bring Mr. Noble up to talk about the first issue and property tax relief for our citizens through the motor vehicle component, I'd sure appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Please, sir.
Thanks for coming, Dan.
Please proceed, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Dan Noble. I'm representing myself as a citizen of the state and wanted to talk to you a little bit about an idea I've talked with Senator Case a few times about. and kind of give you an idea of what brought this on for me. As a former tax nerd, I became kind of interested in all of the issues that were coming up with property taxation over the last few years. And so I watched a lot of the testimony, and one of the things that I noticed was that there seemed to be a real concern about reaching a broad audience of our citizens. And there is one area of taxation that would do that, and that is motor vehicle registration. It is a property tax. It is calculated differently, but it is a property tax and is done in lieu of property tax. But the distribution is identical to the property tax. It is given to those entities. And I'm talking about the county fees, the one that is based on the value of the asset. One of the things that I looked at to try to figure out what exactly we're talking about here is that right now, 73.7% of households in Wyoming own their property, own their real property. That means 26.3% are renters and do not own property and do not benefit from the programs that are in place today. Under the motor vehicle registration tax, I think you could safely state that probably 99% of our population would benefit in some way, shape, or form from a change in the motor vehicle registration taxes. The current, the way the tax is currently collected, Treasurer assigns a value to the motor vehicle that you purchased. They discount it to, I believe the first year is 60%, and then they depreciate it down to, I think, a low of 15% over the next several years. Then they multiply it by a flat rate of 3% to determine what the tax is on that vehicle. My thought was to treat it like you do all other real property and tangible personal property for businesses. You multiply it by the assessment ratio. For commercial and residential, that rate is 9.5%. So you would take the depreciated value of that motor vehicle, essentially its fair market value, and multiply it by the assessment ratio. And you essentially lower the tax to, you lower it by 90.5% to create a taxable value that is assessed on that property. Then you multiply it by the mill levies, and this is my first proposal, multiply it by the mill levies that are in place in the county where you are registering the vehicle. Saves the taxpayers a very large sum of money. I think I don't know whether the handout was passed out or not, but the first proposal was essentially to do that. The savings on the initial year of a vehicle that is taxed at on a $50,000 vehicle. First year, better get my other glasses. The first year savings would be $702 if you were to do basically what I stated. I used the statewide mill levy to determine that rate, and the property tax due on that first year would be $197.18 versus $900 if it's on the current taxation on that same $50,000 vehicle. That would reach all the citizens of the state of Wyoming that own a vehicle. It does not apply to commercial vehicles because they're taxed in a different way, but you could do this for all non-commercial vehicles and create a fairly big benefit for a very broad audience for the state of Wyoming. One of the other benefits.
Sorry, Mr. Noble. Can you give me those numbers again? You said 100 and what was the number? I apologize. I'm writing too slow.
The second page of this handout has This came from the Department of Revenue, what they think the fiscal impact of doing this at that level would be. And that is $120 million fiscal impact based on what the initial proposal was. I've created a second scenario because there are a number of things that you can change in this to lessen that burden, if you will. You utilize the same assessment ratio, but you change the depreciation schedule that is currently on the books. When you walk in the door that very first year with your vehicle, you're basically, in this scenario, paying 100% of the fair market value of that vehicle, $50,000. Then you multiply that $50,000 by the 9.5% assessment ratio. Okay. And then it lessens the impact fiscally, but it still provides a significant savings of $500, $571 on that first year. And then you follow a depreciation schedule. I looked up what average depreciation for vehicles is across the country. And after the first year, it's typically 20% and then 15% reduction every year after that. And that's reflected on the second scenario that I proposed on page 1. Tried to estimate what I thought would be the reduction in the fiscal impact, and it's around 18%, which would mean about from the 120 million, it'd be 22 million off of that. So it'd be under 100 million at that point, utilizing that type of a scenario. There are other ways of dealing with this rather than using the mill levy. You could use 10% and that would save you even more. But what I'm trying to get to is the fact that it would create options that would still provide the savings to the taxpayers, but would also deal with one of the only areas where we utilize a very different tax rate. On all other real property, we have an assessment ratio that lowers it, with the exception of mineral production and motor vehicles. Everything else is taxed with an assessment ratio assigned to it. You take fair market value and then you assign an assessment ratio and tax it based on the mill levies in place in the county, and for that tax. This would be very similar, and there are some added benefits to doing this. When I was the director, and actually prior to that, even as the administrator of the sales tax division, one of the biggest problems we had with motor vehicle registration is that people tried to evade the tax. And there was the creation of a methodology, if you will. As a matter of fact, some of the RV publications actually published it in their own documents to go to Montana, create an LLC, get a post office box, and then you paid their tax, which was minimal. I mean, it's very, very small. You don't have sales tax up there, so you're avoiding the sales tax. And you're also avoiding in the future years the property tax on that vehicle as well, because you're registering it in Montana. The difference in taxes make it comfortable enough, or I should say lucrative enough, to where there are actually attorneys that have actually advertised doing this for my Wyoming residents that want to come up there and do this. It has been a problem since I was a director, and I've spoken with the Department of Revenue. It's still an issue. Now, it isn't just the property tax. The sales tax is also something that is avoided. We had people registering vehicles in Oregon because they don't have a sales tax there. Sales tax is significant on some of these vehicles. Matter of fact, the people that typically will do this are those that can afford to, hire that attorney and create an LLC in Montana and set all that up. And you're talking about once the thing is set up, you can put all your vehicles on it. Every vehicle that you buy, you can run it through that LLC. It is not necessarily legal in the state of Wyoming, but it's being done, and it's being done a lot. So that is one benefit. The fact is, if you were to do this, this would be an additional benefit to all of those that you have on the property tax relief program right now. Because I believe you're allowed to have a vehicle in, for the, to meet the thresholds to receive the relief. And if you don't have to pay the property tax on that, it's an additional benefit to those that can least afford to pay the tax now. And I think that's something that is kind of lost on this. Those that can least afford it, the 26.3% of the folks that don't own homes probably could benefit greatly from this, because most of them probably struggle paying these taxes as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Question for Senator Cage or Mr. Noble? Senator Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Noble. This one appeals to me. I think I made that clear because a previous effort here last year, this was a little more ambitious than mine was. But I agree, the regressive nature of you wouldn't be having these people trying to evade them if it wasn't, to me, a problem. Every state around us is much different.
Certainly.
Now, one thing I got to thinking about while you was talking about registering it, how we treat property tax in general. What about all the vehicles that we don't register, that are just sitting there? Maybe you're not, maybe you're using, maybe you're not using them. That's still property. So I guess someone will probably bring that up at some point. Well, what about those other 5 cars you got? What is their value at 15% of depreciation? Perhaps. Just thinking out loud about that.
Mr. Noble, or, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I agree that that's a problem that exists today. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to address that, other than to say that it's that 15% rate will be a lot less for those types of property than it is today, and might make it much more palatable for someone to come in and actually register the vehicle.
Other questions? Senator Iden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. It's a good presentation. Early on, you mentioned Idaho. And how does that relate to this? You said Idaho has a one-time, I'm sorry. Yeah, Senator Case. Yeah, how does that work in relation to what we're proposing, or what Mr. Noble proposed here?
Senator, please.
Mr. Chairman, the thread here I've got is about just vehicle fees and registration. Idaho has a one-time or lifetime registration for semi-trailers, and I think other trailers as well. A lot of people in Wyoming that do business here have their semi-trailers. And you don't have to title them in Idaho, is my understanding, but you can register them there. It's crazy. And you pay the Idaho fees, and you don't pay the Wyoming fees. And to me, seems like we're missing out on something, and I'm hoping the Wyoming Department of Transportation can help us to think around that. Related to this out of state is the issue of states without sales tax, which relates to, for example, motorhomes. A lot of people, and you can use the LLC tool to license and register motorhomes in Montana, avoid sales tax, and pay less other taxes. All this kind of fits together, but it's not directly on point. Mr. Noble's idea kind of stands a little bit alone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your thoughtful presentation. I can see how this is a clear, conservative, user fee oriented schedule. My question comes about things like classic cars. We kind of already have a special segmented place for those. would you identify a way to orient that into the schedule, or would you just leave those as they are?
Mr. Noble.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, I think the issue with classic cars, I think, is kind of unique because the valuation can be problematic, obviously. The interesting part of it, though, is that I think keeping them in this would actually benefit them as well. I think when the Department of Revenue got this information from DOT, I believe that type of plate was included. That I think the only thing that I asked them to remove was like the full use plates and stuff like that the businesses use for car dealerships and things like that. I asked them to remove those because I'm not sure that really has a place with this. But it is something that when you're looking at how we tax for property tax purposes, when a business comes to the state and they declare that they have, let's just say, $200,000 in tangible personal property, that gets taxed just like their real property. They actually have I think there's a threshold that they have to exceed first before any of it becomes taxable, but anything over and above that gets assessed at 9.5%, or if it's industrial, it's 11.5%, and then is taxed based on the mill levies in place where it's located. This would treat motor vehicles identical to that, and I think if anything, it becomes, as you folks were talking about today, the uniformity associated with it is really key to this. It treats it just like any other property. The rates that you charge on it, they're different today. So I don't know that you'd really be violating anything by just charging a different rate if you wished to minimize the fiscal impact, because that's obviously an issue as well. But based on what I heard this morning before I came up here, there's already a major fiscal impact on the things that are out there. I'm a recipient of the old folks property taxes, I call it. My wife is, yeah, I know. Well, I am one, so but I mean, I benefit from it. I've been a property tax owner here for years and years, and certainly appreciate it. But I found out just how expensive it actually is. It's fairly expensive to the state currently as it relates to this, or to local governments, I guess, if you will. That exemption, well appreciated, is expensive. This is just another one that would be very expensive as well. And it's my reason for bringing it was because I know there was concern addressed in the legislature about reaching a broad audience, and this one definitely does that.
Follow up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Please.
thank you. I just want to address counties that may have multiple municipalities that have different mill rates within them. To me, this is as simple as your county clerk that is taking your taxes, knowing where you live to administer the proper mill rate. Would you agree?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, I believe that's the case. Now, probably the best thing for us to look at is having, because I believe this is assessed by the county treasurer, are there existing systems for their motor vehicle registration capable even of doing this? And then would there be a fiscal note associated with how they would have to adapt that? Right now, it's easy. It's a flat rate of 3% based on whatever where they are on that depreciation schedule. You're asking for a change in probably what rate they charge based on the location. And I think that's probably going to be something that the treasurers and assessors probably need to address. But as it stands right now, the current rate is 3%, and that's arbitrary. If you wanted to base it on the statewide mill levy or something like that, I don't think that speaks to what the uniformity that ought to be there. But it also doesn't speak to the administrative burden for the counties to deal with when it comes to the registration of the vehicle itself. That's something you'd probably have to check with them about. Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the plate issue for the trucks, we went through this in transportation about 4 years ago. And we had this conversation. I can't remember why we didn't do it. On the classic cars, that's with the Pioneer plate, that's $10 forever. So I don't think this would affect the classic cars over 25 years old. But it's a good concept. I just hope Department of Transportation can remember what we had the discussion on, because this is very familiar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things I think might happen as a result of this. Number one, I always get a little irritated that the depreciation of these vehicles never goes down to zero, because that's where most of them end up. That's one of my beefs about this current system. But I think this would result in more people registering their vehicles, ones that they might not register that year because of the cost. I think you would see that increase. I think it'd be notable. The second thing is upgrading your vehicle. I think that would also be a result of this, because that 20-year-old car you've been driving around, okay, maybe I can afford those plates next time and not restart that whole process. So I don't think it would be the loss of revenue wouldn't be as dramatic. And I like the idea of being able to accommodate non-property owners in this whole debate we've been having for 3 or 4 years. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ride.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment here. It's a problem I have with property taxes or residential real property instead of this sort of property, personal property, essentially. But ad valorem, I'm never a fan of ad valorem. I mean, you can have a $200,000 house and a $400,000 house. The $400,000 house pays a lot more in taxes and really doesn't get any more services. They might both have 2 kids and 2 dogs and same usage of the roads and the services of the local community. And it's a little bit that way with vehicles too. It's ad valorem there too, where you're basically taxed in a socialistic manner on your means and not true capitalism, where it should be the same. I mean, the cars all have 4 wheels and they use the roads the same as the cheaper cars. So it's just a comment. I really like what you're working on here. We need to work on ad valorem as well too. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Noble, please.
In my former life, like I said, I was a tax nerd, and one of the things that I did point to, and it speaks directly to your concern about the ad valorem tax in Wyoming. One of the things that I looked at even for preparing for this meeting today was to look at where we are as a state compared to what is happening in around us in the entire country. And I think we should be proud that we don't tax our for property tax purposes anywhere near what others do. I looked at the state to the east of us, and their property tax is roughly 3 times what ours is. 1.44% in the state to the east of us versus 0.53 in Wyoming. It's significantly different. Even states without income taxes, Texas, South Dakota, both of them, much higher property taxes than they are in Wyoming. I believe South Dakota's is 1%, and Texas is 1.45, I believe. And, the thing is, I think we've been pretty good stewards. Now, granted, you can't control what's going to happen to the fair market value of property just like you can't control what's going to happen to anything we buy. The sales tax. I mean, we had a 9% increase in inflation in a given year, and that directly affected our sales tax. We became beneficiaries. If you're looking at it from the tax perspective, it increased tax revenues in this state because the price of things went up. So you're going to see that in virtually any type of tax that we assess. Income taxes, as incomes rise, so does the tax. Even at the federal level, the tax receipts are better than they've ever been, because we are, even though we've lowered rates, the growth in the economy and the inflation has created more income. The issue is how much is enough and how much is too much. And there are ways to regulate that too. There are entities in the state of Wyoming that do not assess the maximum mills that are out there. One of the communities doesn't assess a local mill. I believe it's town of Jackson does not have a citywide mill. Now they have the countywide, obviously, but they don't have the city mills. There's nothing that says that we can't lower mill levies. Now, the concern is in mineral-rich counties, that means lowering mill levies on those minerals as well. And they're volatile. I mean, they go up and down. So I guess the thing is, there are tools in the toolbox to basically try to minimize the impact that you're talking about. How do people actually benefit from these taxes? But it's been there forever. I mean, taxation is an interesting animal, but it is also something that we have to look at. What do we benefit from it? I certainly would not want to have, the reduction in police forces and things like that go on in some areas that we don't see it here. But I mean, there are places where they're doing that. I personally think that there's not a perfect tax, and I'm not here to say that taxes are good. Quite frankly, I've never seen one I liked myself. But I mean, the fact is, it is something that is necessary if we're going to run a society and keep it going. Property tax is just one of the tools in the toolbox. We've been very fortunate. One of the reasons I live here, we don't have an income tax in Wyoming, and I think that's something that we really need to be proud of. And my reason for bringing this was you folks were looking for a way to bring relief to a broad audience, and I think this does it.
Other questions? I have a quick one. May not be quick, so that might have been a lie, but not intentional. The question I have is this. So there's a group of people, there's some of us that I love property tax relief, so I like it, right? And so I think if I heard you correctly, we're talking about 120 million potential impact with at least one of the techniques that you'd thrown out here, but broad. It captures the renter, the guy who they have a car too, theoretically. So I love it. I mean, we're leaving money on the kitchen table. And unfortunately, everybody in this room has heard me say that way too many times. That being said, I love the idea. So here's my question. What the argument on the other side is, man, we got to have these taxes. The world's going to come to an end. We are going to have to cut 20 police officers, which I've heard this before, which is rarely true. But at the end of the day, where in this combating that argument, the question I have is, do we really think we're going to capture a broader set of people that are going to register the vehicle in the state? So are we going to cut taxes and increase revenue? Maybe not increase, offset at some level because we pull in more people. I mean, that's really the question that I have, because that's what makes this go somewhere or die, because there's enough people that say, oh my gosh, we need every one of those tax dollars to survive, right? Government wants more. There's no such thing as enough. So I'm asking that question. Do we think we're going to capture a broader set of people that are going to register those vehicles? I know it's been kind of spoken about on the fringe, but I'd like to understand what people think of that. I'd love to hear your thoughts, or anybody.
Mr. Chairman, I personally don't. Number one, I didn't bring this issue because I thought that we would capture more revenue. I brought this issue because you were looking for a broader audience to provide relief to, and I think it does that. Will it provide more revenue because there will be more people registering their vehicles? Maybe. I mean, I think you may capture a few, but there's an awful lot of people that have invested a great deal in this, and I'm going to call it what it is. It's this tax evasion scheme, that are probably not going to change their habits just because all of a sudden their property tax on vehicles went down, because there's still the sales tax issue out there, and they're going to do everything they can to avoid that. Now, when you enter the state of Wyoming with a foreign licensed vehicle, you are required within 30 days to license that vehicle in Wyoming. Should be caught then. But I see people running around here with Montana plates, and I mean, some of them are pretty brazen. I don't think that's going to change that behavior. Will we pick up some incidentals? Yes. But to what extent? You might stop having people screwdriver their plates on their vehicles. Okay, that might very well make it easier for them to come in and say, okay, I'm going to get squared away and get the new plates for this vehicle. But it is something that I would not depend on that revenue to offset anything from the relief that's being offered.
And I definitely don't care to depend on it. I just was curious more than anything what your thoughts were on that, because I know that will be an argument. That being said, any other questions? If not, Representative Storer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Noel, for being here, and I appreciate the thought that you put into this. My issue is that, if we really want to broaden tax relief, especially to renters, then that's what we should do. And there are tools out there in the toolbox that other states use to do that, that are also looking at income and recognizing where rent is such a huge proportion of a family's income, that creating a circuit breaker or some other form of tax relief would make sense to me. And I think we should look at that. My problem with this is the more expensive your vehicle is, or the newer it is, the greater your tax savings. So you are rewarding people at the high end of the income scale versus the other way around. So if it's a $100,000 car, you're going to save $1,200, not $600. And those are the people that we don't really need to give tax relief to. Thanks.
Mr. Noble.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Representative Storer, I guess you could say that about any tax and any types of relief that's going to be offered. There's going to be those that will provide a bigger benefit to, but here's the thing. That's already the case. They already pay more, okay, for that vehicle than the person that buys a 10-year-old car, 10-year-old used car. The issue is, how do you provide some level of tax relief to the person that can barely afford the $50? I think in one of the examples, it's $49 on a vehicle that's 5 or 6 years old. Yeah, it may not seem like a big saving, but if a person's saving $200 over what that would have been otherwise, that may mean a lot to them. And I wouldn't discount the fact that, yeah, they're all receiving relief, but those that can afford it are avoiding it altogether. I mean, they're going to Montana to get this done. So if they can really afford it, now we're talking $150,000 RVs that are getting licensed in the state of Montana. Now think about not only the sales tax, but also the property tax associated with that vehicle. By avoiding the tax, utilizing I call it a scheme, then you're going to depend on law enforcement to pull them over and say, okay, I want to see that you're actually a Montana resident, and go through that process. Law enforcement has bigger fish to fry than to look for tax evasion. And so I think the way to look at this is, yes, it provides those that can afford a brand new vehicle more relief than those that can only afford it, but it is still the same percentage of reduction for every single person that's out there. They're going to get a 90.5% reduction in what they're paying today.
We probably should move on then to others. Was the department going to speak to this at all? Or no?
Mr. Chairman, and I'd also hoping the department would address the Idaho truck situation and maybe the whole problem of Montana registration avoiding sales tax. And I'll jump back up there. Thank you.
Sounds great. And Mr. Noble, thank you for coming in and proposing the idea. I think it's great. I really do appreciate that. And don't go. Oh, don't go too far, because who knows? I always tell people you're off the hook until you're not. Okay. So, but if you need to go, please, but thank you. So all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Taylor Rossetti, the Deputy Director at WYDOT. With me today, I've got Lacey Bruckner. She's the Compliance and Investigation Program Manager, and Debbie Lopez, who's the Program Manager over Motor Vehicle Services. And I think what we can directly speak to here is exactly what Senator Case requested was, we've got some detail on how the Idaho plate works. And then we also have some additional information on the rebuttable presumption, which is what the section of law is called that Mr. Noble brought up regarding the LLCs in Montana. So with that, if you'll allow me, I'll turn it over to these two, and I'll try to sit here and look pretty.
Great. Please choose your order and go. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Lacey Bruckner, WYDOT Compliance and Investigation. And if it's all right with you, we will maybe start off with the Idaho permanent trailer registration. We did a little research on how that works. I have to pull the cheaters down. So Idaho offers permanent registrations for trailers, semi-trailers, and rental utility trailers, excuse me. The fee for those are $99, one-time fee. The license plate stays with the trailer unless it's canceled or revoked. Every 3 years, Idaho Department of Transportation sends a letter out to people who have the permanent trailer plates to find out if they still own those. If the owner does not respond to that notice within 30 days, then the state just cancels their registration and they have to start over. If they're caught driving on a canceled registration, it's a invalid registration citation from Idaho law enforcement. The one thing that Idaho offers that makes this appealing, I guess, to other states, trailer owners in other states, is you don't have to title the trailer in Idaho in order to get the registration. They will accept like non-resident registration for this permanent this permanent trailer plate. You just have to show proof of ownership in the jurisdiction you're coming from. So if I was a Wyoming company with a trailer, then I just have to prove that I own it through my title in Wyoming. And then they will give me like non-resident registration, permanent registration on the trailer for $99. So that's kind of an overview of how that permanent plate process works there. And I did find the Idaho code for that, if anybody's interested in that, is 49-434. So if that would be helpful to dig into it a little deeper, that's where that's at. Consequences for Wyoming owners operating trailers with permanent plates. Registrations required on any vehicle being operated here for gain, profit, or employment. That's $100 citation if you're caught operating without valid Wyoming registration and you're supposed to have it in Wyoming statute. And some of these Idaho permanent trailer registrations may also fall under that rebuttable presumption law that was mentioned earlier, with people going out of state to find plates or to get their plates because it's cheaper or there's not sales tax charged. Some situations, these permanent trailer plates in Idaho may also fall under that section of law if registration is required here and if sales tax was required here and it was not paid. So that is something with those rebuttable presumption cases that if we get a referral at WYDOT on compliance and investigation and through motor vehicle services on a company with those running those plates in our state, we will vet that case to see if it meets the criteria of the rebuttable presumption law as well. So that's another avenue. It's sometimes tricky though if sales tax isn't required on the commercial business, and then sometimes proof of ownership on those is also difficult for our investigators to find. So that is, I guess, basically the overview of what we have for the Idaho permanent trailer plates, and I would stand for questions. Thank you.
Sorry, why don't you go ahead and hit all the issues and we'll,
okay,
unless people have specific questions. Senator Case, do you have specific questions that would be easier handled here?
I think what I heard, that just because you have permanent registration in Idaho, that may or may not make it legal in Wyoming. Is that kind of what I heard?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, yes. Even if you were to go to Idaho to obtain the permanent registration plates, if it's a vehicle, if it's a trailer that is being used in Wyoming and operate in Wyoming for gain, profit, or employment, you may be required to, by Wyoming law, to still have registration here, and you could be cited with a misdemeanor offense for not having proper registration in Wyoming to use that trailer in that manner.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman,
Case.
I appreciate this. So it is sort of illegal, but it certainly seems to be happening a lot. I mean, I heard from someone that repairs trailers and they said, well, they're all Idaho. It's very common. So I guess it's enforcement, but we are losing out on quite a bit of revenue, I would assume.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions, Representative Riggins?
What's the deal with the rentals? What if it's a rental trailer that and driving around Wyoming with Idaho plates, which you would only do probably on the other side of the state, but what's the status in that instance?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, so rental trailers are a little bit different. There is an exemption in the registration statutes for rental vehicles to have out-of-state registrations. Got to think about this a second. So if it's a Wyoming rental company, they can register their rental fleet in another jurisdiction, but on every transaction, they collect a 4% surcharge, and that replaces the registration fees if they choose not to register their rental fleet in Wyoming. If the rental trailer is rented out of state, it can still be used here with the out-of-state registration. There is a provision in the registration law that if you're using that any rental vehicle, passenger car, truck, trailer, if you're using that for gain or profit in Wyoming for more than 14 days, then you have to go get Wyoming registration for that too, in the manner of a temporary worker decal, temporary registration worker decal, which is under 31.2201. So if I had a rental trailer, I rented from another state, had that other jurisdiction's registration, I could use it here for 14 days. And then by our Wyoming law, I would have to go get a worker decal or some type of Wyoming registration, temporary registration to cover that while I'm using it in that manner in the state.
Senator Case.
What percentage of people actually do that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, I don't have those numbers.
Probably not very big, Mr. Chairman, I would guess.
What we don't know, we don't know. So, all right. So the next topic, if we don't have any other questions, please jump on the next one.
Okay.
Kind of the Montana conundrum of the LLCs and avoiding sales tax and registering your motor home up there. Probably going to sound the same.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, I have some statistics on that too. That rebuttable presumption law went into effect in 2018. We started enforcing it in 2019, if I recall correctly. And so I have some statistics for you on that. Since we started enforcing that, the department's had 120 referred cases. We have 9 active cases. 7 are pending investigation through our compliance and investigation program at WYDOT. 2 are pending a hearing. That statute offers people the option of having a contested case hearing to dispute it. We have 3 cases that failed to respond to the notices that the person had been found to be a resident in control of a vehicle that required Wyoming registration and sales tax paid. When that happens, we refer the case to the Department of Revenue to assess the sales tax piece of it. We have 108 closed cases, and from those, we've collected approximately $132,000 in sales tax, $27,600 some dollars in county registration fees, and $3,225 in state registration fees out of the cases that have been resolved or had been turned over to Department of Revenue for collection. So those are some statistics that we have for those. Some concerns, I guess, with these cases in investigating them, vetting that they fit all the criteria necessary under the rebuttable presumption law. They're timely to investigate with the current number of field investigators our office has. Sometimes they are referred to our office by law enforcement, and in those cases, we work really closely with law enforcement, and they see these people with the out-of-state registration in their communities. They log it, they watch it. So when these come to us from law enforcement, they've done that legwork, that investigative legwork. And so we've got more evidence than if it just gets referred to us from a citizen or a county office, then that our investigators have to go out and do that legwork to observe, to make sure the vehicle is being operated and stored here and that this person is a Wyoming resident and they should have Wyoming plates and so forth. One of the solutions that we've been working on within WYDOT internally to solve that is finding a way to dedicate one investigator to cover these cases from start to finish. And that would be their main duty so that then they can focus on those and not. Our office works with several vehicle related businesses, not just these. So it can be difficult to find the time to travel across the state wherever the complaint came from to investigate it. We also work really closely with county treasurers' offices when we get a referral and we've substantiated that it falls under that so that they can flag their system if the person were to come into the county office to just do a transfer of plates without tax being due, so that they know this person's being investigated. If they come to your office, we do have an open case on that. And the other concern I guess we have with this, there's a civil penalty within that rebuttable presumption law on the registration, 75% of the registration. Oftentimes the people who we're investigating for these and we've determined they are a resident owner in control of a vehicle, they blow us off. And then there's this 75% of the registration fee. They blow that off too. We have no means to collect that from them other than turning them over to collections now because it is a civil issue. If that could be maybe a misdemeanor offense built into that for blowing those notices off, that might be helpful too. And I guess that's my overview for rebuttable presumption. And I'd stand for any questions on that one. Thank you.
Senator, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those cases you're referring to, are those all specific to Montana license plates on residents here in Wyoming, or is there a mixed bag of different states? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, the majority of those are Montana registration cases. We've had a handful from a state to the east. We've had a couple more commercial related cases with the semi-trailers from Idaho as well, but the majority of them are definitely from Montana.
Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does strike me that, that doesn't sound like a lot of money that you've recovered, like 100 and some thousand. But if you really think about it, if you enforce this law, it discourages others from, so the unknown is how many people really thought, well, I better not go to Montana. I better do the right thing and do what I'm supposed to do and go to Wyoming. We don't even know what those benefits are. And they're no doubt very significant. So, but anyway, I don't know if there's any, we're not exactly the Judiciary Committee or the Transportation Committee, but it seems like they could use some more teeth. If we try to enforce these things and you just get blown off, how does that make our own people that we asked to do this feel? And we are losing probably quite a bit of revenue.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, if we were able to be more proactive with these cases, we'd probably be able to maybe recover a more significant amount because there are quite a few in every community. We just don't have the manpower to do that currently. We're very reactive. When the cases get referred to us, we investigate them, we vet them if they came from law enforcement to make sure they fit within the requirements of that law, but we don't have the ability at this time to be proactive against those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, is there any public comment on this wonderful topic? I'm guessing no. Oh, maybe.
Oh, we've got the treasurer up here.
Oh, we do. Okay,
Biting at the
Pat,
bit.
please.
Thank God he's here today.
Please, by the way, thank you all for coming and providing us some additional insight into this. Really do appreciate your support here.
That's a very big book.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Joel Shell, Treasurer in Commerce County. Treasurers and our staff, we hear a lot about registration fees at our counters. Somebody comes into me and says, my vehicle costs too much to register. I say, of course it does, because our registration fee is broken. It has been. We all know it's broken. I just celebrated my 35th year in the Treasurer's office, and this is probably the 12th time I've been asked to where I've come and talked about registration fees in front of a legislative committee. And yet in that time, the registration fee calculation system is the same now as it was when I started 35 years ago. So 0 successful attempts. So Representative Stiver, when you say, you sat on Transportation Committee, why didn't we change that? I mean, when Treasurer Meyer was chairman of Transportation, we discussed it. We didn't change it then. And the difficulty is, of course, is that we use it to fund schools, right? And I think really the question we should be asking is, what should registration fees fund? And I think, we discuss it until we get to the revenue loss, right? And we get to the revenue loss, we said it's going to $100 million. And of course, most of that is the county fee, which we distribute like other property taxes, which means most of that is school funding. This is a school funding issue. So if we really take a look at what should we be funding with registration fees, and of course, the Constitution contemplates we should be funding roads. In that case, then there's some irony to talk about changing into a system that will reduce revenue to counties and cities, who are the only ones really, besides the state fee that goes as a separate fee, that are maintaining the roads with this fee. And, my colleague ran the numbers in Carbon County. In her county, the first proposal brought by Mr. Noble would cost them $656,000 in revenue, or about 3% of their budget. So I would contend that if we want to look at registration fees and reducing those, we should at least keep those folks that are actually maintaining roads whole. And if we want to stop funding education with those dollars, then we could reduce the county fee by 70% and still maintain what we put on the roads. And we should look at it that way. Why does Idaho only charge $99 for their permanent plate? Because they have a 5.3% income tax and a 5.3% business tax. So they're not looking for license plates to fund things like education in their state, which is different than what we do. We fund schools, and as part of the other discussions, right, about how low we should go or what we should do, that $50,000 vehicle that has a $900 county fee when it's brand new, the cheapest that vehicle will ever get is $225. So when we talk about, would changing the system be a benefit to those people on the lower end of the scale, I think the first proposal that Mr. Noble had, that would go down to about $52. So it would mean a difference to people on both ends of the scale. We have, I think, 1 million vehicles in the WYDOT database that are registered annually, and about 80% of those sit in that range of depreciation beyond the 15%. So that's why, again, Representative Riggins, I think you had a bill to extend that tail out. We're going to depreciate them further, but the revenue impact is so high because that's 80% of the vehicles we register, then we're lowering revenue for. So I think as a policy decision and as a treasurer, I would really recommend this body to take a look at what we want to fund with registration fees and then craft the registration fee to fund that and not fund things that really are not tied to roads or vehicles or registrations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing, Idaho is getting brought up a lot, and just one stat that nobody's brought up on Idaho is their education system. They spend half per pupil than Wyoming does. So it's a good stat to throw in there on all of this conversation.
Representative Stiver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for jogging my memory. That's why transportation didn't take it up, because WYDOT is, what, $6 million they need to maintain the roads they're behind. That's why in the committee, we didn't take that on. Thanks for jogging my memory.
This doesn't go to roads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think you highlighted, you said how much goes to schools, right? Because we treat it like property tax. And so a certain amount goes there. I think most people think it all goes towards roads. I think there's that impression out there and they don't think about the other part of it. Yeah, my proposal was about a quarter of the money of that. So what would I exchange some of that for the other properties to get broader relief to more people? I would, if it was equal in a sense. So I like Mr. Noble's and I like my version as well, but mine was a softer landing. So yeah, I just think that most people think that's where it goes, is to roads and stuff. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if to license that $50,000 vehicle brand new is a $930 registration fee. $900 is the part that we distribute, right? Just like other property taxes, which means 70% of that's going to go to education, and $30 goes to WYDOT directly for roads.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, all right. All right. What's that?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
So say we're moving on. We wanted to get public comment on this topic and then we'll move on. This is a different topic. Representative Pendergraft, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief because I'm hungry too.
You will be brief and merciful? Okay, then we'll take,
And brief, but merciful is a whole nother.
okay.
topic.
Thank you. Please proceed.
With me this evening is Jim Adams. He and his family own a dealership for ORVs in Sheridan. He will be describing for you momentarily his story about what happened. And that's why I'm here today, is I would like to see that what happened to him and his family does not happen any more than is absolutely necessary. Just briefly to sum up, we have two issues that we want to talk about. And one is an inconsistency in definitions and how we do things. And you maybe have all seen this. And I'm sure there are good reasons for every way that it was put together. But where we sit today, it becomes baffling, confusing, and prone to errors. For example, if I buy a boat and a trailer and I pay sales tax on that, I pay sales tax to two different entities. On the trailer, I go to the county. On the boat itself, I go to the dealer, and the dealer collects those taxes and goes there. There are other confusing things. For example, one would think that a dirt bike would be a motorcycle, but not necessarily. And so the definitions get confusing. They get a little conflated. And I just, there are a couple of other issues I would throw in there. One of them has to do with, where do you pay the tax, or what rates do you pay? In some cases, you pay where you live, or some cases you pay where you take delivery. And that invites for other games. For example, I can sell you this thing, but if I deliver it to you in Johnson County, I can save you some money. And we start playing games there. My first request is simply that perhaps a task force or somebody could look at this and see if maybe we can't streamline it. I've talked a little bit with Director Fanning about it, and he incidentally helped us a couple of years ago when Mr. Adams's issue came up, so he is familiar with what we were going to present. But bigger than that is an issue of, because it is a confusing situation, I think that we have some inadequate training for the dealers who are going to be collecting this tax. I mean, ideally to me, I'd like to take the dealers out of the picture altogether and all taxes be collected. You go to the county and pay your taxes there. There are probably very many good reasons why that is not feasible. I don't know what they are, and I would argue against them, but I'm used to losing arguments. I've been married 45 years. I spoke to about 3 to 5 dealers, and every one of them said this was an issue for one of them. One of them said it was so confusing, he just charges the max on everything. And when you have a situation like that, and that's not really fair to him, because for one thing, it elevates his price, or he has to cut himself somewhere else. Just a lot of things come into play. What I would like to see is if the Department of Revenue could do a little bit more auditing and find out, is this just an anomaly that is something that I've stumbled into where 4 or 5 of the dealers that I've talked to all agree? Is this something that's going on statewide? Or is it really not a problem? And I would suggest that if these audits were done, there be some sort of amnesty involved. We're not going out trying to uncover rocks and have people go through what Jim went through. But we want to know, is this a problem? Because if there is a problem, either the state is losing revenue or private citizens are paying too much in taxes. And either way, we need to make it true and fair and just. One last aspect is an ORV, for example. The first one that I ever had was about 1977. And to compare that machine with the $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 machines that are out there today, apples and oranges. Very hard to tell me that a $50,000 machine is not a motor vehicle. And I think perhaps it's just
time to review that, but I'm not going to keep boring you. I'm going to ask Mr. Adams here to explain to you what happened to him, and then we would stand for questions. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Pendergraft, for giving us the opportunity. So a little background, 6 years ago today, our boys bought Peak Power Sports in Sheridan. They opened for business tomorrow, 6 years ago. Both of them have extensive experience in motorsports. They grew up on them, they've worked on them, they've raced them. So great experience. Their experience with Wyoming tax laws, both of them managed businesses for dealers in Montana. So their experience was they sent the sales tax forms to the county treasurer, and that's how the taxes were collected. That's all they knew about it. They just had to fill the paperwork out, went to the county treasurers, and then the purchaser went to the county treasurer and picked it up. Same as a car. Okay, so that was their experience. So reopened in 2020, September 1st, retained all the employees, hired a CPA to do the accounting, continued to collect as the previous owners had, and business was great. 2020 was just a great year, and still has been. Well, then we received a notice of an audit on October 12th of 23, 40 months after we'd started business, we got an audit. There was two issues too. The first issue was we use the motor vehicle rules to determine the sales tax rate. I'll get into it a little later. We thought we sold motor vehicles. We were mistaken. And the second part of it was we didn't complete the motor vehicle form for non-resident vehicle purchases. So one, we taxed as vehicles. Two, we didn't complete a form for motor vehicles, even though revenue said we weren't selling motor vehicles. So how did we get to this? Okay, so the audit began on 11/13/23. We received their findings on February 23rd. We had not collected $87,690 in that period of time. And so on July 18th, so we paid the $87,000 right away because we didn't want taxes on top of that. On July 18th of 24, we agreed to $53,820. In the meantime, we had spent months digging through records, trying to find out-of-state people, trying to track them down to get them to fill the form out. We couldn't go back to our customers that we had already charged, 4% because they lived in Cody when we should have charged them 6% because they lived in Sheridan. You couldn't go back, and you just had to eat that. So the difference was when it was all said and done, we paid $53,820. So how did we get to this point? The Wyoming statute and the numbers, I won't bore you with them. But anyway, it clearly states that we sell motor vehicles. It also goes on to explain why we sell motor vehicles, but you can read the statute. We have to have a dealer license. So we had to go through the Department of Transportation and get a dealer license when we first started business. So again, we thought we sold motor vehicles. So, the state, I wanted to say Department of Revenue, but I don't want to offend anybody. It's really not the Department of Revenue. It's the state says that motor vehicles are a personal good and not a motor vehicle. And so as you guys all know, that means that they're taxed at the place where possession is taken, not as the motor vehicle laws are. So that's how we got to where we actually were. We thought we were selling motor vehicles, turned out we're selling personal property. Well, in the same audit, we were criticized and found wrong because we didn't use a motor vehicle form, even though revenue says you're not selling motor vehicles. But revenue came back and got us because we didn't use a motor vehicle form for all of the non-resident stuff. So pretty confusing. You aren't a motor vehicle, but yes, you are a motor vehicle. So that's how we got where we are. The other issue I want to talk about is training. On May 11th of 2020, the business and the accountant received a letter from, I won't go into his name. It's hard to pronounce and he doesn't work anymore anyway. So anyway, we received a letter from the representative there showing the sales use tax license that we had received. He included the following documents: license certificate, new vendor packet, Form 41, vehicle repair instructions. Nowhere in there was there anything that said a word about how you tax motor sports. This form that the lady that was up earlier made would have been great if we'd have had something like this that goes down through here and tells you how you get taxed, or, you know, depending upon what you're selling, how it's taxed. We got none of that. So the second point is for over 40 months, we collected taxes, turned in the paperwork on it, said this is what we collect each month. Not a word was said. Nobody came to us in 40 months and said, well, wait a minute, your rates don't match up with what you're doing. And when we were finally questioned by the state representative, he said, oh, I assumed that you were delivering all those, so I didn't bother to come in. So, you know, to me, there's a big training issue there. And then this really rubbed us. After the audit was over with, we'd paid $54,000 to the state. The state representative came to the office for the first time and offered to train us. A little late. We had paid a very expensive training lesson. I don't know if he was told to come and offer that or if he was trying to rub our nose in it. But he showed up after that and offered the training. So what needs to be done? Better training. It needs to be designed for the power sports dealers. This form here would have gone a long ways. It needs to be, and like I said, it needs to be designed for the power sports dealers. I spent my career working in the training departments, and I know very well how this training could be developed and how it needs to be done. I'm sure you people have people who can do it, but I would offer the service of doing it, and I would start with something like this. The second thing I would say, and I heard it earlier today, apply the motor vehicle tax rules to off-road vehicles. And that would be you tax in the county that they're taking possession of it. One of the disadvantages with not doing that is it puts us in a 6% county at a disadvantage when we're competing against a dealer in a 4%. You know, our vehicles right now, you know, $50,000 isn't uncommon for one. So right now we're 2% behind. We're $1,000 behind of being competitive with a Cody, a Pinedale. I think there's 3 that are that way that are 4%. So, you know, the taxation rule has put us at a disadvantage. People want to know what the out the door price is. We're going to be 2% behind on some of the different places, you know. So, and then the last item, so I said apply the motor vehicle tax rates is what I believe needs to happen. We do sell motor vehicles. It's defined pretty well in the statutes. And then the last item that I would suggest is that you move the tax collection from the dealers to the county. Same as you do with non-resident dealers. So a non-resident dealer sells a vehicle, he sends the paperwork to the county collects the taxes. So it'd be the same as that. If you Google it, Google indicates that there's about 50 power sports dealers in Wyoming. I suspect with all the small shops and some of the used dealers that are selling them, it's probably closer to 75. So now you've got 75 people that you've got to keep current. Those people come and go, dealerships come and go. You got 23 counties, so you got 23 county treasurers that would have to know what the rules are. Would be a lot easier to keep them current on what the rules are and provide a lot more consistency if it went through them. You know, back in 2008 and 2010, when the statutes were made and it was given to the dealers, you were probably talking about $6,000 maybe for a snowmobile and $4,000 for an ATV. Today, we're talking about $25,000 for a snowmobile and, you know, $45,000 to $50,000 for the side-by-side. So, you know, the prices, I mean, we're dealing with cars. I mean, the numbers are similar to what cars are. And I think the legislation on how they're taxed should be the same way. I just had carpal tunnel surgery and I'm starting to get feeling back in my fingers, but it's not all there yet. So anyway, I guess I just thank you for the opportunity to share our story. Someone asked about or mentioned about other cases. I know of a dealer that's friends of the boys or the boys know. He had the same problem. He learned it the same way. He got audited, found out he was doing it wrong. He was close to Colorado, so a lot of his business was to Colorado. So he, paid quite a fee as well. And that's only two that I know of, but I'm sure there's others out there. I also suspect that if you audited, you'd be surprised at how many people aren't doing it right. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Adams. One of the other little things, a dealer told me that, I'm trying to think what vehicle, well, take a motorcycle, dirt bike, off-road vehicle. Do you have to provide him a plate too?
Yes.
A temporary tag?
Yes, we do.
So so what do you do about it? He takes it.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm not very familiar with this. I also wanted to apologize for my dress. I retired 14 years ago, hung my suit in this closet. When I went to put it on the other day, I found out how much that had shrunk in the 14 years.
So anyway, if you hand it to them, they think it's just, oh, at least I can drive it on the road for a while anyhow. So just that fact that you have to give them a plate, charge them $4 or whatever the number is shouldn't have to be something you have to do for that type of vehicle. So what is the objection? And Mr. Representative Pendergraph could probably tell me, what is the objection collectively for having the county treasurer do all these transactions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that question should be asked of the county treasurers. Having had 4 years of experience with hearing them testify, I could venture a guess, but I'll let them speak for themselves.
Other questions? Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess all of these vehicles they all require a title ultimately, correct? This day and age?
That is correct.
So that's where you get your title, down at the courthouse. And it seems to me that's where the tax should be paid. Now, granted, I've bought more than a few of these Elite Motorsports in Colorado back when they were open, and in Laramie and different places. So ultimately, I always end up at the courthouse to get my title changed up and registration for it. And so I think that's where the business should be done ultimately.
Response?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I agree. What really disturbed me about this was I felt that the training that this family had was obviously inadequate because they thought they were doing the right thing. And almost 4 years down the road, they get burned because they didn't do what the state said should be done. They're actually doing the state's job in collecting the revenue. That should be the Department of Revenue that collects that. And yet he was also then held responsible. Not only did they have the fees, but there were penalties and some other things that were added to that. Fortunately, we were able to negotiate with the Department of Revenue and get a lot of those dispensed with. But I just think, let's make it simple. Let the Department of Revenue, let the counties collect the taxes. There's fewer people to train. And that way we don't jeopardize our independent businessmen and penalize them for doing the job we should have done in the first place. Just my view.
Mr. Riggins, you're right. Everybody's going to end up at the county treasurer anyway to get their title. So it's not like you're sending them somewhere they're not going to have to go anyhow.
Other questions? Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your testimony here today would essentially be to maybe have a directive for this committee to put motor vehicles under the same statutes as personal vehicles, so everybody has to go to the treasurer. Just looking at this list, there's only one stop anybody has to make on. Is that my takeaway is correct or not? Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you. For my part, as a legislator, I look at this chart that we've pointed to, the one in blue, tax collection. If it's a passenger vehicle or a truck or a trailer, goes to the county treasurer. Otherwise, the vendor does it. If indeed you have to go and get a title for each of these items anyway, it would seem to me to make it simpler that we streamline it, make everything work the same. Now, I understand there may be some differences with something purchased for ag use. It's never going to see the highway. Those are things that I guess would have to be hashed out. But that was my intent, and I believe, sir, that was yours as well.
Mr. Adams.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the ag, I believe, someone in here probably knows for sure, but I believe that the ag vehicles, so an ag buyer doesn't get any ag credit when he's buying a Ranger or any of the OHV, I believe. I don't know that, but I believe that's the case.
Other questions? All right. If there's no questions, that at least gets us started down. Does the department want to speak on this topic?
Which department?
There you go. Which department? Maybe both departments? Thank you both for coming back up. And by the way, thank you guys for bringing this issue here. We really do appreciate it. Thanks for coming all the way down here and helping us out. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lacey Bruckner, YDOT Compliance and Investigation. And we prepared the chart that the prior people who testified mentioned, the taxation chart, certificate of title requirement chart. And if I may briefly, I'd like to just walk you through what we were looking at when we put this together to prepare for this meeting today. You'll see that we have listed out vehicle type, passenger vehicle, trucks, trailers. Those have been required to be titled for quite some time. Then we have motorcycles, ORVs, and multi-purpose vehicles, watercraft, snowmobiles, and mobile homes. That those items have been brought into the title requirement later on in years than initially in 1935, when trucks and passenger cars were required to be titled for the first time. We kind of just wanted to lay this out in a chart like this so we could see what required a title and when it started to be required to be titled, whether registration was required or not, and then where taxes collected and the basis of the tax. Be that based on where you live or where you take possession of the machine. So that's kind of the reason we laid this out. I can tell you that I believe in some of the research I've done over this. I've been working with these statutes since 2002, and I've done a lot of research over the years for various things. And I believe that they're treated differently because at different points in time, they weren't titled. ORVs, dirt bikes, snowmobiles, boats weren't always titled like passenger cars and trucks. Even trailers weren't always titled like passenger cars and trucks. So when there was no title or registration requirement for some of these things, the only avenue, I guess, to ensure that the tax was collected would have been upfront at the point of sale by the vendor. Times have changed. We title all of these things now. As was mentioned earlier, once a vehicle is required to be registered or registration is optional, the dealer for those fall into the category of needing a vehicle dealer license from the Department of Transportation, which is under our area in motor vehicle services. And so what like was mentioned when the legislature passed the law to allow and multi-purpose vehicles, which includes four-wheelers, side-by-sides, golf carts, those little mini trucks that don't meet federal safety standards as a regular vehicle to be on the road. All of those things are an MPV. So once it was legal to put a license plate on those, dealers who sold those had to have a dealer's license. And so that happened in 2008, and then come into 2010 and we titled watercraft. Light trailers weren't titled before that weighed less than 1,000 pounds. Watercraft, snowmobiles, all of those things were required then to be titled in 2010. So, but the laws on the basis of the tax didn't change with that. The title requirement came in there to ensure tax collection and to ensure some other things and give some owners more opportunity should they want to register their side-by-side or their four-wheeler or now their dirt bike, which came into being in 2021. So I think that's maybe the reason for the differences in how they're treated, title requirements, registration requirements, and then basis of the tax, and possibly even who collects the tax. But I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of this chart and where we were coming from and kind of what it means for that. And I would, if I may also, there was a question earlier about temporary tags from licensed vehicle dealers. So if I may, I would just like to explain that. So in addition to being a temporary registration when you buy a vehicle from a dealership, that is also a proof of the retail sale for the dealership. So it's in rules and regulations that dealers are required to issue a temporary permit for every retail sale, regardless of whether the owner is going to opt to register it or not. They still issue it. If it is an ORV that isn't street legal, they still have to issue that temporary tag because that is their proof of the retail sale. And their dealer plate allotment is based on how many retail sales they have each year. So from a compliance standpoint for the regulations that fall under transportation, we recommend to our dealers that if that's the case, if you're selling it, it's not a street legal machine and it doesn't have the equipment that it needs to operate, then don't put the temper tag on the machine itself. Just give it to the customer because by rules and regs, you're required to issue that as proof of the retail sale and provide it to the customer. And with that, I hope that explains that situation and why you have to do that. And I would stand for questions on the chart or any other things. Thank you.
If I heard correctly, which may not have, they all require title now. So is there any good reason not to do it the same way?
Mr. Chairman,
To handle these taxes the same way through the county treasurer, through the county, rather than people selling, collecting the taxes? Is there any reason to continue this difference?
Mr. Chairman, from transportation department's perspective, that situation wouldn't affect us one way or the other than assisting our dealers in where to go if they have questions about that. But I would really have to defer that question to the Department of Revenue or to the county treasurers.
Fair enough. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question with this is twofold. First of all, if these are all brand new vehicles to where we're getting them from the dealership, if this was a used vehicle and you were buying, everything would go through the county, correct? As a used vehicle, if you're buying something used, whatever it is, it would go through the county. And then my second question is on watercraft, because the way that I understand it, if the watercraft doesn't have an engine on it, there is no need for licensure with it, where if it does have an engine on it, then you do have to have licensure. So if you could touch bases on those, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, so to your first question about if it's a new vehicle purchased from a dealer versus a used vehicle purchased from a dealer, even if it's a used motorcycle or a used ORV, the dealer is still going to collect the. Oh.
I bought it from Jamie.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell. If it's a individual to individual transaction, then yes, the county treasurer would collect the tax for that.
Just to follow up on what my point is the counties are already in position to do this, I guess, to where the dealership is really the entity that's the odd duck out. If I was to sell you a boat or a ORV, it would be the county who would handle that, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, if it was an individual to an individual sale, the county would collect the sales tax on that. And to your second question about the watercraft, that is correct. The requirements for watercraft registration in Wyoming only require registration if the boat has a motor. And so if it was a canoe or something that did not have a motor, then the Game and Fish would not require registration on that watercraft, to my understanding, from when this law went into effect in 2010 and the research we did at that time.
Follow-up?
Yeah, I just want to double and make sure that I'm straight on this to where the counties are already in position to where if it was a private sale, they're already equipped to handle that. So it wouldn't be a big deal to take it from the dealership to put it on the counties. Am I tracking correct or am I missing something?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, the counties do collect the tax for those individual sales, so they are equipped to do that. As far as what impact it would have on the counties or constituents, I would have to defer to the counties. I couldn't speak for them on that because again, that piece of it doesn't affect the Department of Transportation.
Right. Director, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Brett Fanning, Director of the Department of Revenue. Really like to thank YDOT and Ms. Bruckner and her team for really putting together this chart. I think it outlines some of the questions that we've had that have come up over the past little bit. As Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell and others have kind of noted, as long as everything gets to the county treasurer, then this idea is something that, at least from the Department of Revenue's perspective, is something that can be done. Now, going back into the history is, does everything still have to go to the county treasurer? And I think it is prudent to have the treasurer come up and outline just to make sure every one of these things actually gets to his office. Mr. Chairman, I would like to outline, so as far as there are two options that you can consider on this one, and we've had discussions on this. The first one is you kind of keep the tax collector the same as you see on your sheet, but maybe you shift everything to where you live. That's another option as well that a lot of people have talked about leading up to this meeting is, okay, you've got two options. One, you shift everything to the county treasurers, assuming everything gets there. Does everything still get there? Okay, and then option number two is you keep the tax collector the same, but then you shift the tax basis. So that's where you have dealers collect sales tax based on where you live. I do have one potential pitfall to that second option, and it relates to the streamlined sales tax agreement. So in that agreement, there are exceptions to the normal sourcing. So normal sourcing is where you take possession, okay, where you take possession. Those exemptions are motor vehicles, mobile homes, okay, trailers, semi-trailers, watercraft. Mention that I didn't highlight snowmobiles. I got to do some more due diligence for you on that one. Okay, so, but everything else as far as my research related to the streamlined sales tax agreement could be shifted to based on where you live. So, Mr. Chairman, one other thing, if I could real quick, if there's not any questions related to that, I did want to address some of, as it relates to Mr. Adams and his testimony. If I could very briefly, Mr. Chairman. Stories such as his have haunted me for going on 15 years now. These are very, very tough situations. And I do want to, my sincere apologies that the learning experience does have to come with a tax bill. Again, we were talking about 2020 here, and this was a very tough time. Again, no excuses, and the Department of Revenue will get better in our education section. In fact, we are working on an organizational structure to make sure that we better serve our constituents going forward. That's something we're working on as we speak, and as a direct reflection to this case, putting things into motion to make sure constituents are better informed. 2020 was a very confusing time, and there were a lot of back and forths on trying to get meetings to make sure this is done correctly. As Mr. Adams mentioned, we did do our best within the statutory framework to help with that lesson. But again, there was still a tax bill, and I'm truly sorry to him for that. It's important to remember too that the Department of Audit and the Department of Revenue are two separate agencies. They are. I'm very fortunate because I've got experience in both of them. I worked for the Department of Audit for a long time, and I've worked for the Department of Revenue for gaining experience. The Department of Audit, they do their audits. The way the statutes read, they do their audits. I'm the one who signs the assessments because we're the administrative and assessment authority. It's that partnership. Again, that's a discussion for another time. But that is part of the aspect. We did our best to come together with all the stakeholders so that we did as best we could considering the circumstances for Mr. Adams and his business. So again, my utmost apologies there. Mr. Chairman, I think just in the spirit of time, I'll end it right there and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. And any questions, I'm going to ask one. So I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire here. I just want your general. Yeah. Okay. Not holding you to this. Okay. Is there any good reason not to make this process consistent to where all these vehicles are handled the same way through the county? Is there any good reason not to do that?
Better hear from the treasurer.
Yeah. Fair enough. Treasurer, please come up because we just will get on with this and talk about that. So, but I do want to hear from the department. Do you see any major pitfalls from your view? And again, I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire, nor am I trying to put you at odds with the treasurer. I just want to, there anything that jumps out at you, because I know how you are, Director. I know you thought this through pretty deeply.
We did.
I've heard your discussion on sales tax, so I know how deep you can go, way beyond where I am. Sorry. God bless you. I love it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The short answer, if you're looking for a yes or no question, is no. I don't think there are any major concerns. But my follow-up to that is I think you should hear from the treasurers on the additional burden that this may be on their operations. So that's my final answer is for consistency, no, but let's hear from the treasurers, Mr. Chairman.
And if you guys don't mind, let's hear from the treasurer and then ask for a discussion. Is that okay? Please, sir.
Mr. Chairman, again, Joel Shell, Treasurer in Commerce County. The County Treasurers Association did discuss this, and we do not have any objection to collecting sales tax on motorcycles and RVs. We used to collect it, back in the day. I think I tried to find the year. I don't know, Director Fanning, do you know what year it changed? I think it was prior to 2001 when we switched it over. But so going back to my notes, there were 3 issues that we were trying to solve when we changed it from the treasurers collecting all the sales tax on all motor vehicles, including 4-wheelers and ATVs and off-road vehicles, to having dealers collect it. The main one was the hole in the sales tax, that the trigger event for collecting sales tax was when the vehicle is registered, and these aren't required to be registered. So the determination was that there were a lot of these sales where people were just buying them, taking them to their private property and operating them and never paying the sales tax. The second reason that we had was that people then doing that. And even though the law requires them to get titles, if you pay cash for an ORV, a lot of times, or one of these off-road vehicles, they'll just give you the manufacturer statement of origin, the MSO. So the dealer gives you the document that you would use to create a title. But because you're not going to register it and don't title it, then you just take that MSO, you take it home, you put it in a folder, and you operate your vehicle. The issue we were having back then was then 10 years later, you decide you want to sell it. Now you need to get a title. So you take that MSO to the clerk's office, you say, I need to title it. They can't release the title until sales tax is paid. So now we have people coming into the treasurer's office saying, okay, I bought this 10 years ago. I lost the bill of sale. No idea where that is. So we're in a position of going back and trying to figure out what they might have paid, what would the reasonable cost have been back then. We just did one the other day for a guy that had 3 of these on a ranch. 25 years ago, he bought them. We're trying to reestablish what he would have paid 25 years ago. And then in 1993, the legislature established a penalty and interest if you don't pay sales tax within 60 days. So now these people are paying 10 years of interest and penalties after the fact. The third reason that we changed this was because one of the reasons the penalty and interest provision was put in was because the clerk's office could not release titles until sales tax was paid. So the clerk's offices across the state were sitting on piles of titles that would not be released because, again, the trigger mechanism was the registration of the vehicles, and they're not required to be registered. So even when the title was made, when the dealership sent the title work to the clerk's office to be made, the sales tax never gets paid. So the clerks are just sitting on those. Back then, I looked at my notes, who was in favor of this change to have dealers collect the sales tax? The treasurers were for these reasons, because we wanted to make sure that we filled this gap of this hole of getting all the sales collected, that we didn't have this gap of sales that were not being collected. The clerks were in favor of it. The Wyoming Banking Association was in favor of it because they now were really, back then, just starting to do a lot of financing on these vehicles. Certainly a lot of them are financed now, and they couldn't get the titles released, right, to perfect their liens because the sales tax wasn't paid. So the titles are being held at the clerk's office. They're trying to deal with their clients to try to get them to pay the sales tax so the titles get released. And that was an issue too. So those were all the issues that we were dealing with at that time. Have many of those changed? I don't know. I think that's a tough question, right? Has the climate changed enough where it would be different? Interestingly, back then too, when we collected the sales tax rate was based on where you reside. County treasurers would advocate for that today, that we change that back to where you reside for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons it got changed to point of sale, though, is because back then the computer systems weren't very sophisticated, and a lot of the dealers in the state were very concerned that if we put that burden on the dealers to collect this, but then told them they were going to have to change the rates based on where the purchaser resided, that was going to be too much of a burden. So the decision was made to let that go, that piece of revenue, and it did have an impact on revenues, right? One of the advantages to changing it to where the rate is based on residency is that counties that don't have ORV and motorcycle dealerships would then get part of the revenue. Today, they do not. Right. It's because it's based on point of sale. If I go to Natrona County and buy a four-wheeler, that's where the sales tax stays. Right. It doesn't come back to the county where I reside in. So we have people who are voting to tax themselves additional sales tax rates, these optional use taxes. And as you heard from Mr. Adams, when you're able to go to a different county and shop for a rate, that makes those dealers less competitive, right? Certainly when Converse County was 6% and Natrona was 5%, we had a motorcycle or a ORV dealership in Glen Rock that struggled to get people to come pay that additional 1% when they could go to Casper and pay 5%. So we would certainly advocate for changing that rate back to where it's based on where you reside. But I think the treasurers would also advocate for the dealers to continue to collect the sales tax, so we don't deal with the issues that we were trying to solve back when we made this change to begin with. And I hope I've lived up to Representative Pendergraft's expectations of what I would say.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all of you, for this information. It's been incredibly helpful. And thank you, Mr. Adams, for coming with Representative Pendergraft. My question is about watercraft. I'm not well versed with watercraft. Are we talking about things, kayaks and canoes or paddle boards, or is this just watercraft that have motors?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, it is watercraft that has motors, or if you buy a canoe or a kayak or something and after the fact you attach a motor to it, at that point, Game and Fish would require registration for it. If it's on the water in Wyoming with a motor, Game and Fish would require registration for it.
Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, this list that we have here, the presentation from Mr. Adams was primarily on motorsports. And I don't know if that's all encompassing. So if we tried to move a directive to do a draft legislation, would Treasurer, Department of Revenue, would you want to include everything on this list to streamline it to go to the county treasurer? That's my question.
Whoever wants to answer. Mr. Shell, you hit the button.
Chairman, Senator, everything on the chart, right now, that would be a lot of uncharted water. Yeah, we don't deal with watercraft or snowmobiles. We certainly deal with mobile homes. It would be nice, right? There's a lot of confusion, right? I mean, one of the confusing things, if I buy a boat and a trailer, the dealer collects the sales tax on the boat, but not the trailer. Yep. Right. So we collect on the trailer. So there would be some advantages. I just think, again, we get back to how do we, what's the trigger mechanism to ensure that the sales tax is collected? And I think, maybe looking at some other safeguards, like not allowing dealers to give the MSOs to customers, right? You're requiring the dealers to send that MSO to the clerk's office for a title so we can ensure a title is made so that we know at least that there's a liability out there to be collected. I think if we did that, if we said, the treasurer's going to collect all of it, I think, Senator, to be fair, we'd have to look at some other ways of ensuring then that those sales are actually being collected.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Director, please.
I'd also like to chime in as well. So we kind of talked about two options here. One, everything goes to the county treasurer. Or two, you keep everything the same as far as the tax collector, and then you look at the tax basis part of it. I think that goes to what the treasurer is talking about. And it goes to Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean's question as well as, okay, what about a canoe or these kind of fringe, they're not even motor vehicles, items where maybe they don't always go to the county treasurer. That's an option as well. Because some of those items where there's no motor, let's just say there's no motor, there's no wheels, that's point of possession. That's where you take possession as it stands right now. And so that's very difficult to ensure that we don't have this gap where sales or use tax is missing and not everyone has to actually go to the county treasurer. Or in the event that there's more of a private sale, and as the treasurer mentioned, then there's this gap where they're trying to track it down 25 years later. So you probably have two options if you're looking at a potential scenario here is, one, you say everything goes to the county treasurer, and then you have us, everyone in this room, everyone online, work together until the next meeting to come up with a solution there for those guardrails. Or two, you have everything stay at the same tax collection entity, but you shift everything based on where you live, and then you have the Department of Revenue reach out to streamline and make sure you can do that for snowmobiles. So I think those are two potential options that are maybe on the table, but it's going to require everyone in this room to work together. So.
Senator Representative Campbell.
Director, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern with this is the confusion with the consumer. What is the education process? What can we look at to educate the consumer as to what to expect either way that we go? There's going to have to be some re-education as far as how this process works. What would you recommend in that regard?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, yes, either way we go, there's going to be some educational, and it's going to be, you've got all three folks on here that would definitely need to provide some education. I think this chart alone is a great resource, as everyone's kind of mentioned. And I think this is really the first time we've seen this together in one spot. But whether you decide as a policy decision to have everyone go to the county treasurer, or you have dealers collect it, but it's based on where you reside, where you live, is going to require education. And I'll speak for the Department of Revenue. Yes, we're willing to get together with constituents. We're also willing to reach out to the power sports dealers because it is confusing. I completely understand that. But you've got at least one willing partner, and I'm sure you've got everyone up here as well, that willing to tackle this with everyone because it is confusing the way it currently is.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Fanning, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a little more clear on your chart here under type of vehicle, under watercraft, put motor watercraft. That would maybe specify for people a little bit more.
And I don't know if you have any comments to that, but if not, Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to help us proceed here, kind of have two proposals. Maybe we ought to look at both of them, but let this work, let Mr. Fanning convene this working group and put them to work, you know, as we go forward. I realize there's other public comment, but they've offered to do it several times, and I think you should say yes. And we could have both proposals drafted for our next meeting. And then we could go to
Any
dinner.
discussion on that, committee? I'm inclined to agree that maybe we can, we're on a roll for doing the two bill draft concept. So, I don't know, it's a concept worth, I think it's worth a discussion. Committee, your pleasure. Are you moving that?
I would, but I understood that there might be more public
Okay, fair
comment
enough.
online or wherever.
Fair enough. Let's hold that. In fact, let's hold that for this moment, that motion. We got the second already stacked up for you. I think we've at least gotten your input on this. Is there other public comment?
Okay, I'd make that motion. Oh, House member.
Representative, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one other comment that the treasurers are already collecting for out-of-state sales. So not only are they already set up to do private sales, purchase out of state, you've got to go there as well. I just wanted to throw that in.
Thank you.
Make the
All right.
motion.
Any other public comment? You want to say one more thing? Okay, please make it quick, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, what's being proposed is just to make everything we've been talking about fall under the motor vehicle rules, and then it would be point of delivery. So it would just, it would just be saying that other than following the revenue rule, you would just go back to having it follow the motor vehicle rule, which was what we were doing anyway. So all you'd have to do, there's about one paragraph in there that says something along the lines of these vehicles, everything under A and B is excluded on these. There's just one place that it says that the motor vehicle rules don't apply. And if you just took that out, then the motor vehicle rules would apply. And then what was being proposed of point of delivery or where they live would be the rate.
And would be consistent with the way you were doing it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comment? Seeing none. I'm gonna stop public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we investigate both approaches that suggested by Mr. Fanning, and that we allow Mr. Fanning to convene a working group of transportation and power store dealers, members of this committee, whoever wants to be on it, try to come up with, and treasurers, good treasurers, sort this out and give us two options at our next meeting.
Sorry, Representative Stivart has been seconding this from the beginning. No, I'm just teasing. Now, Senator Case, so you're proposing possibly two bill drafts?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. So discussion, committee.
Mr. Oh, God.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would that be moving like watercraft at under 31-1? I mean, he suggested moving them to motor vehicle side for motorized watercraft, snowmobiles. Of course, sort of snowmobiles are already in 31-2. So watercraft is 41-13. So I just was curious about if you would just relocate that.
I think we're leaving a little wiggle room on these bill drafts for the working group that the department's going to pull together. So I do, Senator Case, if I'm misstating your desire, I think that's what we're talking about. We're giving some wiggle room on that. So, okay. LSO will correct me if I'm breaking all the rules. Perfect. Okay, other discussion on this one. Senator did you have a comment or?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry. Anybody else on this one?
Question.
All right, question called. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I didn't mean to get in front of you, but I think that passed. I was wondering about Mr. Noble's proposal about the property taxes on vehicles. And if we could go down that road and see if we want to have something drafted.
Absolutely. And I wasn't trying to circumvent that process. In fact, we've kind of addressed the last issue first. So I'll admit that right here. So let's take a step back as Senator Case has proposed. And let's talk about Mr. Noble's proposal. And committee, what's your pleasure? Representative Lean.
Chairman, I would propose that we have LSO draft a bill using the first proposal at the top table, that we're using the depreciation scale for our vehicle registrations. I mean, it's kind of laid out here in the middle box if you read it. Do you want me to read it out loud for the
Oh,
public?
no, it's okay. We looked
Okay.
at it.
Is
Mr.
that
Noble
enough
described it
directive
beautifully.
to understand where to go?
Okay, is there a second to that motion? All right, that has been seconded by at least Rep. Senator Ide. All right, discussion committee. Excuse me?
It'll give us a starting point, sir.
Okay. Discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none? Question? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? I was wondering about that, but okay. Okay, so that got us to at least these two topics. Am I missing anything, committee? LSO, I'm sure I've missed a few things today, and I've run us way too long, and I was bragging way too much about getting done 5 minutes early for lunch. So I clearly missed the deadline this evening, and for everybody eating so late, I'm very sorry. That being said, we will recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30. See you all back here, and most all of you are saying not me, but anyway, you guys everybody have a blessed evening and safe travels to whoever has to travel tonight.